This is one of our committee rooms that everybody seems so far away, so hello, way out there. I'm going to double check here with our staff and be right back with you. Thank you so much. Our first set of conferees from 9 to 9:30, each person will have 2 minutes. When you come up to the microphone, we will need to time you to make sure that everybody has time. So please, there will be a chime of some kind so that you'll know. And we will begin with Peter and Kimberly Berzak. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the Joint Committee. What follows is a summation of our submitted written testimony. Our children, Anna and Jamie, would like to thank you for the opportunity to tell you the story about their baby sisters. They hope their story will have a happy and not a tragic ending. How do you explain to a 6-year-old who asked every Santa Claus that she saw this past Christmas for her sister to come home and live with her that she may never, come home at all? How do you tell a 3-year-old when he wants to know why his sister does not live with him because other brothers and sisters are supposed to live together? Our family has been dealing with TFI Family Services and the DCF Regional Office out of El Dorado for over 2 years. We are certain that what has happened to us will continue to occur again and again unless the policy and law of the state of Kansas is fully enforced or vital changes are made. In September 2022, we were contacted by DCF if we would be willing to care for an infant sister of Anna and Jamie, who was taken into state's custody. We will call her baby girl. We quickly agreed and were delivered a neglected and very ill 6-week-old baby that had to be hospitalized within a week. We held that dying child in our arms, we prayed, and we did everything we could to bring her successfully back to health with the help of medical professionals. What followed started with a lie, then fabrications to cover up the lie, followed by coercion and gaslighting. Our purpose was to protect baby girl and retain her relationship with her brothers and sisters. We have come to the realization that the foster care system as administered by contracted agencies is fundamentally dishonest in Kansas, and that DCF is a cowardly and ineffective organization managing it. We were lied by TFI services about plans to change placement. Their most egregious assaults on the truth were the coercion of the kinship worker, who is supposed to be our support, to support their position to change placement, and then their sharing of private information.
I'm sorry, yes, your 2 minutes is up, but please know we do have your written testimony and we do read it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next we have, no, please, I'm sorry, we don't allow any responses in committee. Thank you, positive or negative. Thank you. Next we have Elijah Carnes, and she's on WebEx. Elijah, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm a foster parent and an early childhood special education teacher specializing in birth to 3 development in Central Kansas. I am no stranger to the challenging home environments that many children in our state endure, and I have filed numerous DCF reports. I've often wondered why no action was taken. Becoming a foster parent has really opened my eyes to the stark imbalance in the child welfare system. I found myself questioning if the circumstances were so severe initially to remove a child from the home, why are so many children returned to those same environments? Recently, I saw a social media post that listed ways being a foster parent can break you. It will break you when you watch a child finally feel safe enough to sleep through the night, only to be ripped away from your arms and placed back into chaos. It will break you when you're sitting in a courtroom listening to people in suits decide a child's future as if they were handing out traffic tickets. Before court hearings, I spend hours creating detailed court reports, and I submit these at least 2 weeks in advance so that everybody has ample time to review them. My goal is to highlight all the strengths and challenges that my foster children go through and explain the significant behavior changes that go along with visitation. For example, I have seen a child go from exhibiting extreme aggression, self-injury, elopement, and an inability to tolerate challenging circumstances during frequent visits to having weeks of no visitation, and suddenly their behavior is different. They know how to calm down. They can tolerate frustration. They're using words to communicate. We went right back to visits, and suddenly we are that same angry child. Children with delays and little children are not able to use words to communicate, so they use actions, and it's the job of the adults in a child's life to interpret what their actions are trying to say. In the case of the child above, the message is clear. Visits with my birth family make me feel unsure, out of control, and scared.
I'm
I
so
will-
sorry, but your 2 minutes is up. Thank you so much, and you'll be available for questions, right? Thank
Yes.
you. Next, we go to Ashley Crago. Welcome to committee.
It has been 2,761 days that my little brother AJ has been gone. I know that you can't bring him back, as you've so delicately stated in the past, but that does not mean there's nothing to be done. Pretend for a moment that it's not dots on a page and it was someone you cared about or your own child. Wouldn't you also be angry and bitter? It has been 7 years, 6 months, and 16 days, and we are still at square one, despite being very actively involved in advocating for change. The effort our family has put in is tangible, and I believe this stagnation speaks more to the agencies and the individuals in charge of overseeing them than it does the families who write testimony and plead every time they come up here. There should not have to be another class action for this to change. This is especially disheartening because if you knew AJ and he were still here, he'd probably see you and thank you for your service, in part because he probably would have assumed that everyone in Topeka is top secret military, but also because he may have thought the same way I did before I started attending these meetings, that these agencies and this committee actually helps kids like him.
Thank you so much. And next, we have Gail Kozad.
Thank you, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, and members of the committee. I am Gail Kozad, CEO for Kansas Children's Service League. We know for every $1 spent on prevention, you can save $5 on more expensive costs such as foster care, juvenile justice, and special education. There are thousands of families KCSL supports each year. Families like Alicia, a mother of 5 whose struggle with substance abuse began at the age of 19. She, like many who use substances, believes she had it under control because during her pregnancy she could stop until her 3rd pregnancy. She was frustrated and scared to admit she needed help. She also wasn't sure where to turn. She was referred by the hospital to KCSL at the time of birth. KCSL was able to get her connected to a treatment center where she was able to bring her children. And at the time, the children's father was also battling addiction and had been in and out of jail. Together, they made the commitment to treatment and being sober for their family. We assisted them with housing and accessing other critical resources. And today they have been sober for nearly 2 years and are more connected and involved in their children's lives. Alicia stated, KCSL stood by us without judgment and helped us keep our family together. April is designated as a month to increase awareness about the importance of child abuse prevention. This year, the theme is Powered by Hope, Strengthened by Prevention. Preventing child abuse isn't just about avoiding harm. It is about creating opportunities for families and children to thrive. Parents need access to local resources and networks. Families need policies which invest in them before harm occurs. And parents need economic stability and social support to be the best parent they can be. Everyone has a role to play in the prevention of child abuse and ensuring our children have the opportunities to succeed. As lawmakers, KCSL appreciates the continued focus on ensuring families have access to support before the need for foster care. Thank you for your time today and for supporting children and their families in Kansas.
Very good timing. Thank you. And next, we have Lydia Danielle Goen. Perhaps Danielle.
Hi, I didn't recognize I was going to have 2 minutes, so I have no idea what I'm going to say, but I'm a foster mom, and Bradley and Kimber McLaughlin came to me July 30th. These children were being kept in dog cages. These children were being tied up in their own rooms. They were surviving off of eating their own feces. Sorry. Bradley was starved almost nearly to death. He was 33 pounds when he came to us at almost 8 years old. That is the size of a 3-year-old child. Neither parent was charged. Reintegration was immediately put on the table. 8 months later, here we are, and reintegration is still the goal, even though both therapists have said there's been no parent visits because they're not allowed, according to therapists, that the kids can't have it. Bradley and Kimber were nonverbal. They had no humanity left in them. They were wild, like wild animals. They knew nothing. They knew nothing but to survive, eating their own feces for food. Today, Bradley has gained 8 pounds and 2 inches in 8 months. He's talking now. They were both nonverbal when they came in. He's able to go to school and do work tasks. He went from a 10% in reading in special ed, 10% in reading in math last 9 weeks to a 60 and 70%. These children are thriving under the care and the love of the Lord Jesus Christ and people that believe that God can work miracles when this system refuses to look at these children like human beings. Human beings. The day you clean up a child after they have eaten their own feces because that is what they have known to stay alive, it is something you will never unsee. So I pray today that today you look at my written statement that I wasn't allowed to give today, because these children are more than what they came in as. They are survivors, and there is hope for them. But they need people that are in charge and make rules and regulations to stand for them, to do what's right for them. I'm only their foster mom. I can give them love. But they need people in charge
Thank you so much. Perhaps
to
you
do
didn't hear
what's right.
the alarm. Thank you. And next we have Dr. Carissa Grellner, and she's on WebEx. Are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
And
Can
you
you
can
hear me
hear?
okay?
Yes, we can hear you, and you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Chairman Gossage, and to the rest of the committee. I hope you have a copy of my written testimony. I write to you today with a heavy heart and an urgent plea for immediate legislative intervention regarding corruption within the child welfare system and family court. The unchecked judicial misconduct that is tearing families apart must be met with swift and severe penalties if we are to protect the integrity of our legal system and the welfare of our children. Since 2022, I have been engaged in a legal battle marred with blatant judicial malfeasance documented in a more than 200-page lawsuit that I am prepared to provide. My child remains unlawfully detained in Missouri due to the actions of judges who have refused to uphold state and federal laws, including the Uniformed Child Custody Jurisdiction Enforcement Act, better known as the UCCJEA. Specifically, Judge Kathleen Lynch of Wyandotte County, Kansas, has openly refused to follow the very state laws enacted by this legislature, as well as federal laws, to return my child home. Instead, she has aligned herself with corrupt Missouri judges who continue to disregard jurisdictional mandates, effectively holding my child hostage in the home of a violent predator and in the vicinity of a registered sex offender. Kansas State Statute 2337-107, as well as the UCCJEA, and I'm skipping ahead so that I won't run out of time, lays out the groundwork for what is supposed to occur between states when child custody issues arise. In this instance, the child custody case was filed in March of 2020. No. In this instance, the child custody case was filed in March of 2022. That's a typo there. My daughter's father even acknowledged in court documents that we reside in Kansas. Missouri courts mailed documents to me in Kansas. Missouri courts sent a process server to Kansas to serve me. There's a video.
Sorry. I'm sorry your time is up, but if you're stay available, I'm sure there will be questions. Thank you.
Okay.
And next we have Sherry Lesher.
Good morning. So here we are again, and I'm coming, and to everybody that's new, one of the state's agencies came into our home. We were begging for my child's removal. He had autism. He had several diagnoses. They disregarded that and basically let my child die. That's how I feel. That's what I'm going. We have proved fraud in here. We have proved misrepresentation. We've proved lies. We've proved misconduct. We've proved they broke laws, like your guys' laws, the legislators' laws. And at this point, there is no oversight, in my opinion. The oversight comes in after the bad is done. It's not getting fixed. It's not. You guys said last time you resolved to fix this for us. We haven't heard a single word from anybody. I can tell you that we're working on something right now where everyone in here is going to be individually and collectively named. I'm so sick of this. My son should be here. He is still dead. He's not coming back, as you guys have so eloquently put to us. He's not. If this was one of your kids, you guys would fight heaven, hell, and high water to save them. That's what we were doing. That's exactly what we were doing. Your agency failed. If they had been up front in the beginning and said, hey, we can't do anything, it's on you, there's other options, but they stayed on the same page. Oh, we're trying to find a place for him. They were never doing that. They put him in family preservation, billed the crap out of him, even after he was dead, pocketed all that money. You guys and I paid for this agency to kill my kid.
Thank you, Sherry. Next, we have Megan Miller.
Morning, committee members. I'm going to talk as fast as I can as we don't have much time, and I didn't know that. So 10 days ago, I did something that I never thought I would do. I filed my first ever federal lawsuit against Department of DCF because on January 29th, I lost all contact with my 5 children, ripped away from the Johnson County Courthouse with no due process, no opportunity to present evidence. But here's what the court didn't see. Just a week before that, DCF investigator Michelle Merritt had already interviewed my children. She found no abuse. She even told me, I feel like at this point Dad's doing some harm, but DCF didn't close the case. They sat on it and they stayed silent. So I fought harder. I logged every call, email to Michelle Merritt. And then also at the same time, I find out that the GAL, Randy McCullough, is also communicating with your supervisors within DCF. So then I emailed you guys. I also emailed all the DCF leadership. Finally, almost a year later, I got the letter from DCF General Counsel Mark Aldenberg on January 22nd confirming that it is unsubstantiated. And then he said, oh, unintentional oversight. An oversight? I begged for that letter. Then the very next day, someone else called on the social media, and DCF Supervisor Ashley Beckman calls me and says that I am emotionally damaging my children because I'm deciding to speak out. I haven't seen my kids in over a year. How am I hurting my children? This is not child protection. This is agency retaliation. DCF has terrorized my family, taking my kids out of school multiple years, every year, asking them stupid, irrelevant questions about cats pee all over their bed if I don't close my kids. This process is unconstitutional. There are parents just last week in Gardner lost their children with no due process. No one questioned them, and their kids are gone. They got to go home to an empty house, all because of a report that there was no due process. We have a silent epidemic going on right now in Kansas with our children. It is the #1 epidemic going on, and everyone has gag orders, and I'm choosing to speak up and tell my story because my 5 children haven't seen their mother in over a year. I've seen them, my 3 little ones for a very little bit. Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm so used to being in court.
Thank you. Next, we have Cayman Stockbauer.
Thank you guys for having me. Like many of the people here, I was unaware that our testimonies would be capped at 2 minutes, which means that children's lives and their stories are being capped at 2 minutes. So I'm going to present to you the data from my survey and hope and trust you guys to all read my written testimony that I took the time to write. I sent out a survey to the foster care network where workers, children, foster parents, and bio parents all had the opportunity to submit their answers. 82.5% of the respondents in this survey experienced a child's trauma, health, or stability needs to be ignored or minimized by case team to push for reintegration or a move into another home. 60% of these respondents believe that the overall goal of our system is to reintegrate at all costs. 45% of respondents believe that our system is money-centered. Please note that one of the options was child welfare and safety. 70% of respondents have experienced a worker in the system abusing their position of power. 87.5% of respondents have experienced a child's best interest to be ignored to better suit their own personal plans and goals. 72.5% of respondents fear retaliation when speaking up for their children. 77.5% of respondents have experienced unethical behavior towards their foster children by workers. 75% of respondents have experienced workers being unethical towards themselves. 77.5% respondents have witnessed a child being reintegrated and returned to foster care, many times over 5 times. At the end of my survey, I provided a space for those to give their own testimony anonymously, which you guys have a copy of. Many of them begging for change, some telling horror stories they experienced as foster parents towards their children, and many begging for accountability that they do not have. So I have to ask, how many more children need to be harmed before you guys choose to do something? How many more children are going to lose their lives like Davion Gunter?
Thank you so much, and we do have your testimony. And next we have Channa Waltz.
Bunmatan Chana Deshikanashian. I come here today as both an impacted parent and a survivor. I'm a survivor of this broken system. I was left in an abusive home for over a decade before police witnessed me being violently abused by my mother and sent to my estranged father states away. When my dad chose to kick me out because I would not be his driver to the bar as I was studying for 4 AP exams my junior year, the police told me that I was so old, 17, that by the time I went through the system, I'd age out and it wasn't worth putting me in. So it was best that I just couch surf. This led to me as a vulnerable youth being trafficked at the age of 17 to 19. So imagine my horror today as I have been trying to get my mentally ill child help for almost 10 years, since she was a SA survivor by a family member at the age of 5, only for her to be placed into sync care without me being properly informed of what that meant. I thought that it meant she was a child in need of severe mental health care and that it would open up an immediate PRTF bed for her. Instead, she was placed at Wichita Children's Home, where she was in a pod with a youth that was more than 3 years older than her, which is against their policy, and who was an active part of the sex ring in Wichita, and which was also supposed to be against their policy, as she's supposed to be in secure care pod. My daughter was then groomed and absconded with this youth and was trafficked over a weekend. When I called and I reported this to the police, I was told that it was a waste of resources to look for every 13-year-old runaway, despite them knowing that she was a mentally ill child with high trafficking risk. Ember Hope is currently her agency, and they have taken her out of school without notifying me. They have not gotten her proper mental health care, which was ordered by the judge, and now my child is again, for a 3rd time, an inpatient stay at Camber in Wichita.
Thank you, Channa. Next, we have Sarah, forgive me, I'll butcher the name, Wazelewski, and you're on WebEx. Sarah, please correct the name. Sarah, can you hear us?
Sorry.
That's okay. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. My name is Sarah Wazelewski, and I am a parent who has dealt with DCF and KBC and the family courts, I might add. It's not just misconduct within and through the DCF and KBC entities, but also the defense attorneys, the prosecutors, the guardian ad litems, and the judges are not, making sure that our rights are protected, or, they're all following, which is something that was repeated to me endlessly, that, it'd be my voice against all of these people who are held to an ethical standard. Well, I don't think that ethics ever comes into it. I was also not aware that we only had 2 minutes to speak, which is very disheartening. These entities and these court systems need to be regulated. End of story. I'm not even a Kansas resident. I was stuck there from October 17th, 2020, all the way until March 20th of 2025. I've finally been able to return home, which my home state is New Jersey. The fact that they even took jurisdiction over me and my family and kept us there and made me stay there and complete all of their services, which they don't offer any services. They don't offer any services. They give you evaluations and then tell you what you need. And, you can't even ask for help. It doesn't even matter that you want the help. These people, this is dealing with, the most broken portion of our population, and there is no help for them. You cannot, and it's not safe to ask for help, because then you're risking getting a case opened, getting assigned, you know what I'm saying? And these people are not helping anybody. What are their qualifications for getting these jobs? When is this going to be regulated? My parental rights have been terminated. A little over a year of all of my case plan tasks being completed and met. How was that able to happen?
Thank you, Sarah. I'm sorry, your time is up. Next, we have Kathy Winters.
I'm retired from Lenexa Police Department. The court system is broken. I've been a parent ally for several cases under Kathleen Sloan in Johnson County. She does not give these parents their due process. I have been there whenever she has sent the parents their attorney out there to tell them that she's already made her decision before any court, before any due process, that she's already decided to sever their rights. But if they will relinquish their rights before the hearing, that they might be able to see their kids someday. Now, that's a violation of their due process. They don't even get a chance. They don't even see the caseworker's reports until 5 minutes before the hearing. The judge does 10 days before the hearing. My two grandsons, I'm retired from Lenexa Police Department. My two grandsons were put in two different places. The foster home was turned in for child abuse within a month, but they got to adopt one of my grandsons. My grandsons were separated. They could have stayed in the same home. I asked for adoption of them, and I was cleared to do it. But because the caseworker, my attorney said, either you're with KBC or you're against them. And the KBC worker, supervisor, everybody said to shut up and sit down, to me and to my daughter. And researchers at Yale and Harvard, they found that children, it's in my report, what children experience when they're taken from their parents. Their white and gray matter in their brain does not develop as if they stay with their families, even if the family is not perfect. The gray and white matter is how the child develops physically and mentally. I've seen and heard about children that are 4 years old that can't walk and can't talk because they've been separated from their families.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
To all the conferees in our 9 o'clock time, please know I just made the decision of the 2 minutes just before committee. The reason being, we never know exactly how many testimonies are going to come in, and we have 30 minutes, and we want to make sure that our members have the members of the committee have an opportunity to ask you questions. Most of us have already read your testimony, and those of us who haven't had an opportunity will definitely read your testimony. So please know that it's not in vain, and all of your stories are very important. I do have a question for you. Those of you that are in the room, if you contacted the child advocate and you feel comfortable letting us know that, would you raise your hand? Thank you very much. Committee, are there questions for our conferees? Representative Humphreys.
My first question is, I didn't see the testimony from Kathy Winters in the, it's in there? Oh, you just, okay, thank you. And then the same with the written only testimony? Okay, thank you. I did have a question for, if I may, Ms. Goyne. Yeah, could you come? And my question is, I read, thank you for what you've done for those two kiddos. What is your solution? What would you suggest in this case?
When I see a case that sorry, this is a therapeutically driven case ordered by judge. But when therapist reports were given to judge at the beginning, he said, well, I think we're maybe being biased per case detail. Let's give it more time. So they did. And both therapists are still not allowing, they have separate therapists, both not allowing any parent visits now or in the future. So now we have a case that isn't a go-home case. From the GAL standpoint, the DA standpoint, Ember Hope standpoint, therapist standpoint, and we're 8 months in. No parent visits being taken, not now or in the future. I'm trying, what I don't understand is, or what a solution I guess would be is, they've told me, well, we have to wait time. We have to wait time. We have to wait the year. We have to wait the year to try to terminate rights. That's not true. It's not true. And so now these kids wait a year for somebody to then say, well, we're going to ask for reintegration to not be viable, and then we'll have a termination trial, which will take a long time. I'm an adoptive mother, so I know it takes a very long time, which in return for Bradley and Kimber means we're not looking to their future, because Bradley is going to be 9. And if you've looked at any of the statistics, by the time a child is 9 in the system, their opportunity to be adopted is significantly decreased. I mean, enormous amount, which then puts Kimber, also not up for adoption, on that waiting list because they're siblings and they try not to adopt separate. So I guess my solution would be, if we know that a kid can't go home, why can we not proactively work together to plan a future for them in a time that is adequate for them to be able to go to a new home?
Cayman, thank you so much. For us to stay on task committee, we only have about 3 more minutes for questions. And I do have questions for our members that are online. Senator Faustido, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And what is your question? We just have a couple minutes here.
Madam Chair, I would be there. This is an important issue, but I have a dentist appointment at 3 p.m., so I'd really rather be there. My question is for the individual that spoke who said that they were a retired police officer.
Yes, Olathe, I know you.
Oh, yes.
Dealt with you before, remember?
Yes. So do you think the problem lies within so the communication with the judges and other entities? Is that the problem?
No, I think it begins with DCF hiring private contractors. I think DCF needs to do their job. I think they were spending way too much on these private contractors who are nothing but mercenaries. They don't care about these children. These children are nothing but moneymakers to these caseworkers that work for. As I understand it, they have a quota. And I do believe that DCF needs to go back to what they were created for in the first place. I think it begins there. I think it just snowballs into the court system. And I think these judges, they don't know these kids. And I think that many, many times, these parents don't get to see what these caseworkers are saying until 5 minutes before the hearing. And then these judges tell them, relinquish your rights, because we've already decided to sever your rights.
Thank
I think
you.
that's where.
Thank you,
And
Madam
thank
Chair.
you. Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Senator Vasquito, and thank you. And our last question was from Representative Ruiz. Can you hear us? Representative?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Cayman Stockbauer.
Mhm. She's the one that did the survey.
Yes.
Okay. Cayman, please come up.
Hello, Cayman.
Hi.
Hi. Can you tell me how you were able to do this survey?
I simply created a survey on the Google surveys through Google, and I posted it in the foster care network that has over 2,000 members in that community, which contains kinship families, foster parents, foster care workers, anybody that's been involved in the system. I posted it anonymously and let them know that their responses would be anonymous as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, we will now move to our 9:30 time, and we're running just a little late, but I think we might be able to, as they say, make up time in the air. I never did understand what the pilot meant when they said that. So we're going to start with Ed Klump. Ed, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair Howerton. Ed Klump, I'm here representing the Kansas Sheriff's Association, Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Peace Officers Association. I was asked to speak today on the topic of police protective custody. As you know, and I'll refer to it as PPC, PPC recently became a key topic in the discussion of child welfare reform. It appears this has become an issue due to what's perceived to be a higher rate of police protective custody and child welfare issues than other states. We question some of the relevance between states because of the difference in state processes. But I don't have time probably to go through that stuff now, but you'll find it in my written testimony. What I want to take my time doing is kind of giving you an overview of what PPC is and the authority we're given. So attached to my testimony is two statutes, KSA 38-2231, 38-2232. Those are the two key statutes covering police protective custody for children. I will note the term police protective custody never appears in statute. The statute talks about protective custody, but it is extended to not just law enforcement, but other areas throughout the statutes. So I also attached a copy of 38-2231 as it would be amended in action taken by the legislature this session, which we anticipate will take effect July 1st. So 38-2231 is the primary statute on police protective custody. It states a law enforcement officer can take a child into custody when they reasonably believe the child will be harmed if not immediately removed from the place or residence where the child has been found. When we do that, there is a statutory requirement then that we inform the county or district attorney without delay of the circumstances around that and the fact that we took that child into custody. It is them that has the responsibility to prepare the court documents and work towards that end if that's necessary. PPC can be short-lived. Keep in mind that police protective custody can be a matter of minutes. It can be a matter of a few minutes, or it can be up to 72 hours. Oftentimes, when we take a child into our custody, we may be able to resolve that quickly by placing that child with a relative. Keep in mind, police protected custody incidents can occur outside the home. It could be where a child is in the care of a babysitter, at a school, any place, friend's house. And in those cases, police protected custody will be very short because we get them back with the parents, and that ends the police protected custody. You should also note that when law enforcement does take custody of a child under PPC, that we have the authority to end that at any time that we feel we have a safe placement for the child. I think it's important you also know that PPC is not only used in child welfare cases. The reason to believe standard is the same standard that law enforcement uses when taking a person into custody under the Care and Treatment Act for mentally ill persons, under the Care and Treatment for Persons with an Alcohol or Substance Abuse Problem Act. The standard, although it's not police protective custody, that standard is also what is applied by law enforcement when we detain a person who we reasonably believe is about to commit, or has committed a crime. That allows us to detain that person on scene temporarily while we further investigate. And so that standard is well established. Law enforcement officers really understand it well. It's embedded in almost everything we do in our daily work. We do not take using police protected custody for child welfare lightly. Our members tell us that although the statute doesn't specifically say it right now, that almost always other solutions are sought before we continue that police protected custody, such as finding another relative or some other placement safe for that child other than placing them into care. So we understand taking a child into police protected custody can be traumatic, and it's traumatic not only for the child and their family, it's also traumatic for our officers. It's something we don't want to do, and I can tell you those experiences are embedded in your brain for a long time. It is a very difficult situation for everybody involved, so we only use it when we have to. The data I want to just touch on briefly. We've not seen data supporting that the action taken in PPC is improper. We've seen total numbers. I understand there may be some data leaning towards that, but this is going to take a deep dive into that data. And we have to remember that when we look at whether the police protected custody was appropriate, we have to judge this by what that officer knew at the time they made that decision to take that child into custody. Many times there's other information out there that's available that we don't have. For example, we rarely have all the information that DCF has on this child from previous encounters or previous events where they've worked with the family. So some cases certainly do not end up having a court order after the 72 hours that the child can be held. We don't think that's unreasonable because we continue to work finding other solutions. We know most of our district county attorneys continue to work finding other solutions before they file for a court order to extend the custody of the child. Madam Chair, I don't know how much time I have. I want to be sure we have time for the others to speak. I know you have a long list.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to kind of stop there, but
we appreciate that.
Extensive information in my testimony.
And I
Thank
think you'll stay for questions.
Yes.
Okay. And speaking of which, I didn't have an opportunity to share with those conferees, and you will have 6 minutes to make your presentation. I know that's very short for a presentation, but we will be available to answer questions. Next, we have Tanya Keys.
Thank you, Chair Gossage and members of the committee. I'm Tanya Keys in the role of Deputy Secretary for Programs and Services with the Department for Children and Families. Thanks for the opportunity to give you a little bit of information about police protective custody with how DCF experiences it. So I'm going to give a little bit of background, and I have some data for you all today. In my testimony on page 2, I kind of start with the background. So we do, you are aware that we have a 24/7 operation with the Kansas Protection Report Center. Last year, we received about 70,000 reports. About 13% of those have a report source into that call center for law enforcement. Now, that's about 9,000 reports. Not all of those are police protective custody, but they are from law enforcement. Our Protection Report Center operates 24/7. When we receive a report from law enforcement and it's assigned, we would assign the report for police protective custody, if that's the incident. We would assign it for a same-day response by a child protection specialist with DCF on the next business day. So in my testimony on page 2, I have some examples. For example, if we receive a report of police protective custody today at 11 o'clock, our child protection specialist, wherever they are, they'll respond same day. It's our policy that we respond same day on work days that we receive them. Another example, if that report came in from law enforcement of police protective custody on a Saturday at 11 o'clock, the report would be received and reviewed and written up. Our child protection specialist with DCF wouldn't go out till Monday. Very similar on like a long holiday weekend, like a Thanksgiving Day, Thursday, 11 a.m. We'd be able to receive that report 24/7 at the Protection Report Center. It's written up. We would have our child protection specialist respond same day, Monday, which is for us the next business day. So those give you some examples of how our agency responds to police protective custody. Page 3 of my testimony just has some reference to our policy. It also has a reference to the statutory framework that Chief Klump went over, so I won't review that. The next thing I kind of wanted to go over was a little bit of data. We have 2 data sources. We have data on police protective custody known to DCF. We also have data, I asked some colleagues over at Department of Corrections for juvenile intake and assessment services data. So we have both of those. Here are some highlights with police protective custody. Mondays are slightly busier than other calendar days. Nearly 1/2 of police protective custody that's known to DCF that we know about occurs in our Wichita region, which is 10 counties. That's, across our regions, that's the most concentrated. The greatest concentration of police protective custody happens within 2 calendar days of an order of temporary custody to the secretary. So if a child at the end of that police protective custody does come into the custody of the secretary, if you look back, likely that police protective custody happened within 2 calendar days. So that's what we know about the time frame of opportunity. With the juvenile intake and assessment services data, which is not ours, it's the Department of Corrections, and they shared it with us, almost 40%, so over a third of their child in need of care data, where it's their classification is it's a police drop-off, 40% of those children are returned to a parent or relative. That's their placement outcome after a juvenile intake and assessment worker is alongside that family. And then less than a quarter of the juvenile intake and assessment services data, the placement outcome from that police drop-off is an emergency shelter, with the 29th and the 13th Judicial District having the greatest concentration of shelter. Page 5 has some of the detailed data, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about that in appropriate time. Page 6 has the detail that were provided by our colleagues at Department of Corrections, and the information by Judicial District is interesting, and I want to reiterate what my colleague Chief Klump said. Sometimes we don't know the why behind the data. So we have data on how many times it happens, but what I really appreciate is that I think that municipalities or counties, locals are really trying to look at this data to know more about what it means for them, how they can effectively offer prevention services or other intervention as they look at their local data. So behind the scenes, there is work going on to understand what this data means. Page 7 has a couple of pathways. Sometimes we're asked questions about the pathways for police protective custody. Most of the time, police protective custody pathway occurs, and I'm on page 7 on the left, where the Department for Children and Families has an opportunity to do an assessment. There are times in a police protective custody incident that there are enough facts and circumstances present that DCF might receive the report simultaneous to an assistant county or district attorney making a decision to go ahead and proceed with an order of removal based on the information at that time. But those are the two pathways. I've got that information for you. Prior to this hearing, we were asked to have a little bit of information on 24/7 staffing. So I know that's not on the topic today, but just for context, I mentioned we have Kansas Protection Report Center who will receive those reports from law enforcement anytime. And we mostly receive those through fax from law
That's your
enforcement.
time, but I'd like for you to finish that topic, please. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Thank you for the additional time. Relationships are local between DCF regions and local law enforcement and all the cities and all the counties. Each of them do have different procedures for what would be outside of normal office hours. Most of the regions have contacts between law enforcement. It might be detectives, patrol. They contact supervisors at the local regional DCF. There are a couple of regions who have that contact with what they would call a program administrator level, where if they need to contact or they need to talk about something after hours, they contact the program administrator. But each of the DCF regions have those local relationships.
And we will have questions for you, I'm sure. Thank you so much. Next, we have Carrie Laundert, our child advocate.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Howerton, and members of the committee. My name is Carrie Laundert with the Office of the Child Advocate. And I just want to take the opportunity to recognize Gail Kozad with KCSL mentioned that April is Child Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month. So I'm wearing my blue today since we're a day away. But I think it's a timely point to make as we're looking at police protective custody. And we're looking at the prevention services and those upstream efforts to prevent removal and provide services to families and prevent that unnecessary trauma of removal. So the Office of the Child Advocate receives complaints that we categorize. We have 6 main categories, and within each of those categories, we have subcategories. And unnecessary removal from parental care is one of those subcategories, and it accounts for 5% of our initial complaints, and it is one of the 6 most frequently cited subcategory. And so as our office is receiving those concerns, we're looking at the circumstances that children are being removed, and were prevention services available? Was that removal unnecessary or not, which is the alleged concern. So in that information, police protective custody is a part of those conversations that we've had. The reliance across the state that we're hearing from folks, whether it's educational providers, medical providers, and others within the communities, feel that they're turning to law enforcement versus DCF just because of access and availability. So I appreciate Deputy Secretary noting how in different regions and localities there is that 24-hour contact. And if we can continue to have this conversation and really build that network and look at how best can we ensure that law enforcement has provided the support that they need through DCF and vice versa, so that we are reaching families, that we are looking at those prevention opportunities. With that said, sometimes there are times where children need to be removed. And I think that's an important point to make as we're looking at police protective custody and diving a little bit deeper into what that information is. Part of the concern that we've heard is that in many of our regions across the state, prevention services are not available or they're not accessible to families. And in those situations, removal may be necessary. And that's an important point to be thinking about. So our office, beginning in April, we are going to start tracking because we know that this is a conversation statewide, and we know that there is data that's coming in from different points that doesn't always talk nicely to each other between the Department of Corrections and DCF and the different law enforcement entities. So as we're looking at cases, that is information that we want to be looking at specifically just in the concerns that are coming to our office and be tracking specifically the police protective custody circumstances and what those outcomes look like in those cases. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much. And committee, we're going to go to Jeanette Owens next and then have your questions ready, and then we'll move to our next section. So Jeanette Owens. Thank you.
Do that right. Chair Gossage and members of the committee. My name is Jeanette Owens, and I'm the Chief Child Welfare Officer at DECA. Thanks for the opportunity to share yet another perspective of police protective custody practices in Kansas. Towards the end of 2024, I had the opportunity to participate in the Child Welfare Reimagined work. I've shared several times how impactful this work has been, not only for Kansas, but on myself. A few times I was caught by surprise of my new way of thinking. The first time this happened was regarding police protective custody. I was consistently designating the difference between PPCs and foster care, and I was asked a couple of times why do I consistently make that designation, and I gave a technical response, and then I was gently reminded that they're both family separation, and that has stuck with me since that conversation. They're both family separation. And that there's other states that have figured out how to not have PPC practices at all. I continue to keep this as a reminder as I look through and wrote the testimony. We're grateful that this topic continues to be discussed, and we're grateful that there's steps to continue to better our practice. For DECA, our child placement agency has worked with police protective custodies for as long as I can remember. We reviewed our data just since January, and we've received referrals from 12 different counties for about just over 60 children from the age of 1 day old to 17 years old, and we were able to match about half of those kiddos to a foster home. In my written testimony, I share some specifics about foster parents and how we provide support and assist with rules, procedures, and some barriers that they experience. But what I feel like most needs shared today is the impact that we see on our current practice that it has on children. We know being separated from your primary caregiver is traumatic at any age. We know that if anyone of us tried to imagine what it would look like if somebody came to our door, took us to an assessment center, reviewed marks on our bodies in areas of assessment, and then placed us in yet another facility, whether it's a shelter or a foster home, maybe with or without our siblings, there would be some fear around that as grown adults. These young children we see experience surprise and shock. We know for many of them it's the start to their way of thinking is today another day I'm going to be moved or not see somebody that I care about. We know that it's often the start of feeling betrayal or loss of trust, whether it's of their caregivers, of the system, or others. We know it's the start of loss of control and helplessness that our kiddos feel. We know that loss of helplessness often leads to running behavior or potential mental health issues. We know these kiddos often remain with concerns about their family. They may be concerned that they might have been the one helping their caregiver. We know those concerns impact their school and also their mental health. And we know that these kids experience a loss of what was familiar to them. And with all of that, we know that there are steps that can be taken to provide additional services or a change of services to reduce unnecessary trauma. We recognize that placing with kin reduces some of that trauma, and we do know that the impact of a child going first to a JIAC facility and then to a shelter or another home prior to either returning back home as some of our kiddos do or going into foster care has an impact. We know that best practice recognizes the significance of a child's first placement. We know that the goal, the very first placement, is the one and only placement. We know that several different child welfare jurisdictions have moved away from having this initial placement not be the long-term one if the child remains in foster care. Many areas have been discussed, and I'm excited to see where these may lead. We know investing in a comprehensive study of our current practices in the local relationships and the processes is important. Many of us that have been involved in the system for decades can't necessarily completely articulate every step of the police protective custody process and who's in charge when. We know comparing Kansas to national best practices is important. What states don't use PPC and what works there would be helpful information for us. We know that law enforcement needs to have urgent access to services, whether it's DCF, Families First, Family Preservation, Family Resource Centers, or other urgent referral opportunities. We know that juvenile intake assessment centers might need additional resources, or are those responsibilities more effectively handled elsewhere? We know that potential funding for family safety supports could increase the safety planning for children and to not have to be unnecessarily separated from their families. And we know the work that the Department of Children for Children and Families is doing for assessments for law enforcement and training will be impactful. I want to finish with just focusing on the potential impact of community referrals. Sorry. DECA believes that community referrals might be one tool that helps reduce PPC family separations. Creating the opportunity for law enforcement to make an urgent referral to services within the child welfare system could be a new tool. For example, law enforcement could have an encounter with a family and not need to be separated because they have that ability. And the rest of my testimony just shares about a pilot that we did of community referrals in 21 to 23 and the success of community entities seeking us out to help keep families together.
I'm glad you brought that up. We will have questions about your pilot. Thank you so much. And you, Jeanette, if you could just stay up there. Are any specific questions for Jeanette before she's seated? I do have one, and that is about the pilot program. Could you continue and share that with us?
Yes, thank you. So in June of 2021, we were able to add the contract for our family preservation program in the Kansas City region was amended to include the ability for community referrals. And as a new practice at that time, it took us quite a while internally to figure out how to get the word out to providers and to individuals on that service available. But once it got moving, that pilot was 24 months, we received 237 community referrals. Most of those came from hospitals, schools, courts, treatment providers, and then some self-referrals. I think the most important part of our community referrals were those families that were scared to either be introduced to the system or get back involved with the system, felt like this was a way to receive supports without having to take that hotline step or that next step of oversight.
Are there other questions, committee? And I think we have somebody online who has a question. Senator Faustido.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'm going to talk fast. My question will be for Ed Klump, but I did want to thank Jeanette for what
Senator
they are
Faustido,
doing.
if I could ask just one moment, what's your question for? We do have one more question, and then we'll come right back to you.
Just
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real briefly, were there any police that participated in the community responses for the referrals?
We did not see any. I specifically was looking for that, and we did not market or advertise that this was an option to police.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Faustido, you were about to say to Jeanette before she sits down.
I just want to thank her for her presentation. It sounds like we're all on the same page of what some of the issues are. So therefore, Madam Chair, my question is for Ed Klump. Ed, I was wondering, a while back at one of our meetings, we talked about the communication with DCF, the children's homes, etc. So do you feel that we have actually bridged that gap to whereas if a law enforcement removes a child at 2 o'clock in the morning, do you feel that the placement and communication issue has been addressed?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Just in a brief response, we could take a long time on answering that one, but in a brief response, no, we haven't cured it, but we've made some very important, substantial steps towards improving it. As you know, I did a survey of our officers about 2 years ago. I did another one last fall, and that did show some significant improvement in that communications, but we still have a long ways to go in doing that. And I just want to add that I am working with DCF. They are working with us, trying to give us some more avenues for that communication and to address some of those communication concerns when they pop up. They just provided me some information this morning that's going to be helpful to us, I believe, in further addressing that.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, committee. Other questions for any of the conferees? Yes, Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Jeanette, I just wanted to say thank you for participating in the Reimagining Child Welfare in the state of Kansas, and thank you for continuing that work here. It reminded me of a quote I wrote down at a Chicago workshop with CSG and Casey family. So we were discussing the abuse definition, and it says, should it include wrongfully removing a child from their home? So I appreciate you taking that into consideration. I think that's a relevant topic of discussion. Tanya Keys, in your testimony, you said that these are the PPC cases that DCF is aware of. And what I'm curious of is the cases that DCF is not aware of.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative, for the question. I don't know a lot about those. What I feel like I know in context is conversations with law enforcement and a colleague, Chief Klump, that there are just some instances of law enforcement actions that may not involve allegations of abuse or neglect, or they may involve a different context where a law enforcement officer is transporting a juvenile somewhere to a relative, to another caregiver. The circumstance itself does not rise to the level of notifying DCF. So as I understand it, there are just circumstances out there that may not fall into the category that they would need to notify DCF.
So, and I understand that if it's transporting a kid, from parent to parent or, safe place to safe place. But when we've seen the number of some of the PPC cases and then the cases that were assigned sync, there's a big difference there. And I'm just curious how much DCF involvement was in those cases that weren't assigned, where those kids, returned home within 72 hours and that removal, what did occur, that assessment at the juvenile intake did occur, that trauma did occur. Was DCF involved?
Yes, and thank you for the question. We would know, so for example, on Table 2, of those 2,578 children who entered the custody of the Secretary in 24, of those, over half, 56%, did experience police protective custody within a period of at least 6 days prior. So we know for those who do enter foster care, how many had an associated police protective custody plan. We can continue to learn from that and do a deeper dive into that. In addition to that, we also know that whether or not custody to the Secretary occurred at the end of 72 hours, there were just over 2,500 total police protected custody plans in state fiscal year 24. But I don't have any information on of that set where there was a police protective custody that did not result in a temporary order to the custody. I haven't done a deep dive to know what that story tells us. I just have the raw data on the counts, if that makes sense. I haven't yet, I don't have any qualitative information to really know what the data tells us. I just know what the data is, not why.
Okay, and I don't have the chart in front of me that I'm referring to. I might have to regroup my question and follow up, but I think there's a better way I can ask my question, and I'm not positive that we have the data for an accurate answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tanya, could you
apologize.
tell us which page of your presentation has the chart that you're
The
referring to?
data for DCF is on page 5 of 11 of my testimony. So the top table shows all the police protective custody plans we had, and that distributes it by calendar day. So for example, Monday it just happens to be a little busier than some of the other calendar days for police protective custody. That's what that shows. Table 2 does a look back for those who entered foster care, out-of-home placement, and temporary custody to the secretary. It shows how many of those, which is over half, 56% of those children did have police protective custody at a period of 1 to 6 days prior to temporary order to the custody, the secretary, and foster care. So there are just two different cohorts or two different groups of children, just different stories.
Representative Ousley, did you have an additional question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're on page 5 of 11. We're looking at table 2, and we're saying that 57% of these children with a PPC prior were taken into DCF custody. Am I reading this table correctly?
Yes, the 57% line is specific to the East region. Statewide, it's 56%, which is down below in the total.
So that's going to be the number of kids that were assigned sync cases. I guess I'm curious of the other 44% that weren't assigned. What was their interaction with DCF? Were they investigated? Were they, deemed not? I'm curious of that other 44%.
Sure. So that other 44% DCF would have received a report with a presenting situation. It could be a family in need of an assessment, or it could have been related to abuse neglect. We would have proceeded either with an assessment of the family, an investigation of any alleged abuse or neglect. We would have had the family conferencing through team decision-making, completed our assessment, offered services, just our regular pathway when we are alongside a family prior to the safest decision for a child when it's foster care.
Madam Chair, if I may, one more. So we're confident that the other 44% of these cases had DCF interaction?
Yes, we would have had an open report.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My chair is for Child Advocate Larnard. She'd come up. I'm reading your testimony, and this is something that's come to light. We've had a lot of discussion on it in the House Child Welfare Committee. The 24-hour response for DCF that is lacking, and in your testimony, you state that DCF is only available 40 hours per week, while the remaining 128 hours are managed by law enforcement. If you could just expound on that just a little bit. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Chair, for the question. So the reporting center is 24 hours. So someone can submit a report within 24 hours. But an actual response where someone is reviewed, assigned to actually then respond and go out to meet with the child, meet with the family, that's that Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 hours. Now, I think we heard from the Deputy Secretary that there are those relationships within the local areas that may look different than that 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, but it's not something that's built into the system across the state fundamentally, where we're ensuring that there is staffing available to respond if there are questions by law enforcement, looking up history, looking at information, potentially going out with them to respond to a call or a need of a family and child.
Okay, if I may, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, thank you. So I think what we're trying to determine is how we want to operate in Kansas. It's not that necessarily we're doing things wrong in Kansas according to the law, but it's how do we want to operate in the future. And I think what has been revealed to me is that we need more DCF presence after hours, and so that they can assist law enforcement when it comes to time. Do you have any insight on that, and maybe your views from other states or something like that? That would be great.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Howerton, I appreciate that idea of looking at how can we do it better. It's not that we're necessarily doing it wrong, but we're always looking at how can we do it better. And when we hear the numbers of the children that are removed through police protective custody and those that may actually result in DCF custody, it's a large percentage of children. So it's important for us to look at what's happening within those 72 hours. And are there supports and resources and access that we can provide now that may reduce that number of those children who are being removed for 72 hours and then returning home. And so when we look at other states, there are, our annual report shared some information where we had looked at some other states. So one example that we had looked at was Utah has utilized on-call staff for years to ensure that there's availability if law enforcement are called out, or if there's a need that there's on-call staff availability. Other states, I think we heard from Texas at a prior joint committee meeting where they had staff that were responding, I think, within 2 hours. That may not necessarily be something that Kansas can achieve, but maybe it is. So I think it's an important discussion that we're having. The other piece, we're asking a lot from law enforcement across our state. We're asking them to be public safety officers, and we're also asking them to be social workers. And so how can we help bridge that and really provide the necessary support to our law enforcement as well to make sure that they really have the support and the resources and the information that they need as they're making these important decisions for families.
Thank you. My vice chair answered the questions that I had. Thank you very much. Committee, we're going to move now to our next section, and we'll start with Ron Paschal. Welcome to committee.
Trouble here. Okay, maybe that's better. Anyway, thanks again for having us here. I want to start with what I'm going to end with, and I think it's something that Representative Howerton had mentioned, and I think it's a very worthy observation that I've tried to make in my written testimony to the committee, and I know Mr. Klump has as well, and that's more immediate, substantial involvement by DCF in some of these considerations that we're discussing here. And I just want to put that on the radar because I want to finish with that because I think it's important. But first of all, when we talk about the police protective custody statute, as we've kind of referred to it, and whether it needs modified or whether we should modify it, I think we have to consider a couple of things in that regard before we jump off the deep end, so to speak. And that is, does it enhance child safety if we do that? And secondly, would some type of modification to the statute enhance law enforcement's ability to do their job with respect to police protective custody? And the short answer to that is we can modify this statute in such a way that it reduces the number of children put into police protective custody. But that does not mean that it will enhance safety of children. And I want you to really think about that for a minute. As Mr. Klump had mentioned earlier, we have this body of law and historical knowledge of what reasonable belief means. That's been litigated. All law enforcement people have a notion of what that means, that term of art means, and so does the court. So if we change that definition, we're going to have some inconsistencies occur out on the street, so to speak, and we're going to have a lot of litigation ferreting out what that inconsistency is and what the new term of art might mean. So that's the first point. The second thing is, what do the constituents, what does the public think if we do something like this? And I've attached to my written testimony an article from Cake News, which in effect kind of has an informal survey. When I pulled that article from Facebook, there were about 250 comments to the article. There's now over 600 comments, and that deals with a specific case in Sedgwick County involving 8 children in a home where the parents, primarily the mothers, were outside getting drunk when a 4-year-old shot and killed a 7-year-old. And the overwhelming responses in there are that why wasn't that child removed earlier? Why wasn't he taken out of the home earlier? There was some significant history with a closed head injury. The child had already been shot once in his life at age 3. He had presented with some other issues that occurred, none of which resulted in either a removal or any type of substantive investigation. Then we look at this notion that removing a child from the home in PPC can cause a traumatic incident for the child. I don't think you're going to get any argument from anybody in this room that that certainly can occur and does occur when a removal happens. But what I want you to understand is this. When law enforcement show up, it's typically after hours, it's in the middle of the night, it's on the weekend. They are in fact responding to a traumatic event that has occurred, that a child has witnessed or is witnessing or has been the victim of. So they are already experiencing trauma, and historically we know a lot of these children that are in these situations live out trauma on a daily basis in a very chaotic, for lack of a better term, home environment that they're in. So they are undergoing some trauma. And what we need to understand is when law enforcement shows up and a decision to place a child into police protective custody is made, that is in response to an emergency situation. And they are making decisions based on facts as they know them at that time, 2:30 in the morning. In the incidents of Wichita case, 4:37 a.m. in the morning on a weekend. So they have to make a decision to keep the child safe, and removal becomes really the only viable option to do to keep the child safe at that particular time. So then we look at, I know there's some concern about, well, a large number of these children placed in police protective custody are returned home. So the thesis would be then, well, they shouldn't have been removed in the first place. And that's simply not true in the real world that we work in. What happens when they're removed based on this immediate assessment of risk, the process starts in earnest to evaluate where can we safely place this child. Is there some alternative to a child in need of care case? Is there a relative, a family member available to look over this child? And that can't happen at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. And as has been alluded to by Representative Howerton and some other testimony here, it has to do with what access law enforcement has to the history of this particular family. And I can tell you, it's historically the interaction between DCF and law enforcement is local. As you know, Sedgwick County, the 18th Judicial District encompasses a large area. There is not a situation where law enforcement, in my opinion, has immediate access to real-time information from DCF about family history. So we used to have this team called an immediate response team, which we had social workers on tap 24/7, 365, and we don't have that.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you heard the timer,
Okay.
but I'm sure there will be questions for you. And next we have Mike Kage.
Morgan's here.
Okay. Morgan Hall. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair and persons of the committee, and I apologize for Mr. Kege's absence. He was unable to make it due to a family emergency this morning. Morgan Hall, I'm a senior deputy district attorney for Shawnee County, excuse me, and I have practiced primarily in the child welfare field the entirety of my legal profession. As you can see in the joint testimony that Mr. Kege and I submitted, we had some proposals for some additional access to information, and I appreciate the information that Ms. Lawnard had indicated, as well as Mr. Pascal, that I think the biggest primary concern that we continue to run into with these PPC situations is we have children who, in situations where law enforcement is having to make those decisions and determine what is best without having access to that full information. We've had the benefit here in Shawnee County where law enforcement, they want to know, they are constantly asking us. We are doing regular trainings with them. I personally have made myself available 24 hours a day so that by cell phone, so that way if they're in the middle of a situation and they're trying to locate, perhaps mother is being arrested and no other adult is in the home, and they have no information surrounding who the father of the child might be to be able to determine where that child could potentially go, while they're on their way to taking that child to juvenile intake and assessment center so that they can continue to do their additional assessments. I can then go look on court records and see if I can locate a paternity action and see if we have somebody who's available. I can look at the previous history. These are all information that DCF has access to most of the time in these cases, and that if the law enforcement had access to that information in that moment, it would help significantly to increase their response times and how they respond to those particular instances. I want to also make sure that we don't lose sight of the fact that oftentimes, because DCF is Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, law enforcement officers will get contacted when it's almost 5:00 p.m. to be asked to go out and PPC a child because they don't have time to request an order from the courts and get that processed in enough time. So there's, I think, some competing things that are coming back and forth. I want to also then just kind of touch on what the previous speaker was speaking about with children who then are returned back to a home or to a family member, and the 44%, I believe, is what Deputy Secretary pointed out to. Some of the situations that you'll come across is you'll have either children who are unable to speak or don't have the information regarding additional persons. But if a law enforcement officer walks into a home and there either is one parent there or both parents there, and one is going to jail or both are going to jail, what are they to do with that child? And how are they to get that additional information in that moment in real time, unless they sit there and wait with that child and hope that somebody is going to cooperate and communicate that additional information to them, which unfortunately, and the number of times that we see it, that doesn't happen. Additionally, what a lot of times we'll see is the DCF has been involved with that family and has been working to try and get them involved in services. So they've been trying to do the preventative side on the beginning end, and the family refuses to engage. That doesn't mean that the child should then suffer because the family is choosing not to engage in those services. I'd ask just that you continue to look at the information. As indicated, I don't want to dwell on this link for a long period of time because I feel like it's a lot repetitive of what's already been indicated to you. But we see quite a few situations where PPC is the only option for that child in that moment. Hopefully, yes, we can get them returned home to a parent in a short period of time. But law enforcement having the tools that they need to be able to do their jobs as accurately and quickly as possible is the only way that we can help to enhance our PPC program here in Kansas.
Thank you so much. And next committee, we have Don Heimer.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss this very important matter with you. As I included in my testimony, I've been an assistant district attorney in Johnson County for 35 years. Almost all those years I've been in the juvenile law arena, all of them also with some touch to the child need of care situation. And I think it's always good to try to review and make these laws we have better when they need to be made better. And then there's the part where we say, the laws are fine, how are we applying the laws we currently have? And I think that's a tough decision to look at when we want to make things better or we have an incident that doesn't feel good. And I got here early and I heard the testimony, and we had some of the people saying, hey, we're not protecting kids enough, or we're giving parents too much time. We had other parents bringing life experience saying, we're not being treated fairly by the system. My experience has been on the numerous committees I'm served on, that's always the push and pull. There's always people who think we're not protecting enough, and there's always people thinking we're not keeping the children at home enough. And that's always going to be the tension in this legislation. It's always going to be the tension in child in need of care work. That's why we have courts. That's why it's an adversarial system. That's why there's a record of the court hearings we have, and then there's an appeal process. So the system, as it is set up, I believe, based on my experience in it, works well. I've served on Judicial Council for 25 years. We've looked at these types of requests numerous times, and what I want to focus on is PPC, the Police Protective Custody, why that's critical. There are flashpoints in everyone's life. There are flashpoints in children's lives that require immediate decisions. Someone, some entity, has to be able to make that decision on the spot, in the moment, to protect children. It has to be somebody's ultimate responsibility. I know we feel like, hey, we'd really like to bring in a bunch of people and make decisions. The police, law enforcement, they make those type of decisions every day in a variety of arenas, whether to arrest somebody, whether there's probable cause to arrest, all of these places. But when we look at the protection of children, when I'm training our officers, my line to them is, you are the first line of defense. You are where a child who's being abused does not have to go back into an abusive situation, does not have to be harmed again. I agree with the other statements here that removal should be limited to those situations. But that's what statute says right now. There has to be an articulable concern for harm, and that's what we already have. The other thing I want to point out, the reality of police protective custody is every time a child is taken into custody by a law enforcement officer, they have to have a reason to do so, right? They don't drive around and just take people into custody because. One of those ways is because we have a concern that there is evidence of a child in need of care, that there is evidence that supports this child would meet the definition of a child in need of care. If a child is a runaway and we're going to return that child home to mom and dad, that's police protective custody. That's the only way that officer can put that child in his patrol car or her patrol car and take them home. So that's an execution of police protective custody. If we have a situation where mom and dad are both arrested for a DUI and can't be returned home, there's not a lot of history, but we have to put that child somewhere. That's police protective custody, even if they end up with grandma and grandpa within the hour. That's police protective custody. So these numbers that we're seeing where we have X number of police protective custody cases and a significantly lower number of child in need of care actions filed, that's right. That's the way it's supposed to work. We only want the child in need of care cases on the ones where the concerns are ongoing. But there are still flashpoints that have to be responded to by someone. The only 24/7 fully staffed resource for that is law enforcement. So it's logical and it's appropriate that that ultimate responsibility rests with our law enforcement officers. It would be great, I totally agree, it'd be great to have input from other sources to know whether that, let me give you an example. Law enforcement rolls up on a meth lab. There's little children in the meth lab area. Are we going to want that child, those children taken into police protective custody? I believe we would all say yes. While the police are still there, grandma and grandpa roll up. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. The decision has to be made. Do we send home to grandma and grandpa? Does that law enforcement officer know whether grandma and grandpa are great grandparents? Or I should say very good. They're not great grandparents. They're not that old. I say that about myself sometimes and it doesn't sound good. Are they good grandparents? Perhaps they really are. Is it also possible in a certain percentage that they're involved in the meth lab as well? That too is true. So we have to be able to vet that. When and how long it takes, that's changed over the years. When I started, it was 72 hours. Then we had a season where it was 48 hours because everyone said 72 hours is too long. Then we went back to 72. The time period gives the system an opportunity to look at options so that we don't immediately default into an option because we run out of time. So I believe that the system as it exists right now is good.
Thank you
You're
so
saved by
much,
the
and-
bell for me saying anything else. Thank you very much.
And please stay for questions. And next committee, we have Lieutenant Keith Fort.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. I'm Lieutenant Keith Fort of the Wichita Police Department. Been with the department for about 32 years now. And I have the pleasure to supervise these two young ladies here that are what we call our community sports specialists. Back in 2020, the police department established a response to the rise in child abuse cases and recognized the gap between communications between the DCF and the department. They have stepped up and they are able to assist our officers, even though they only work a 40-hour work week. They're constantly on call, and they're fulfilling that gap where not every child needs to be removed from the home. Not every child needs to be placed in police protective custody, but there needs to be support, a long-term sustainability for that child to stay within that home. And that's where they come into play. They've been a pleasure to work with, and I'm not going to steal their thunder, but I will introduce Yativa Robinson and Allison Engel. They're, like I say, two of the best workers that I have.
Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Yativa Robinson, and I'm one of the community support specialists for the city of Wichita.
And I'm Allie Engel.
And so our job is to work with the families to keep the kids in the home, whatever it looks like for them. It could be as simple as getting them diapers to last until their next payday. It could be a little bit more where we're going to court with the moms. We sit in on IEP meetings. We help families move, whatever it looks like for them to build them up in the community.
On top of that, we have limited access to DCF. We have access to their KIP system only, so we can look up and see if there's been a report made to DCF and if it was screened in or screened out to give that information to the officers so that they can get a better picture as to what's actually going on in the home before they make the decision for PPC.
We are available to officers 24/7, so we always have our little computers with us. They can call us. We'll look up the information and give it to them. We can't say yes or no about them taking the kids into PPC, but we can give them the information that they need.
Additionally, we can let them know if it's something we think we can help the family with rather than making a referral to DCF.
And our referrals can come from anywhere. They can come from officers. They can come from community members. People might see us out and ask if we can help, and so that's what we're here for.
Some of the challenges that we face is the limited access to DCF. It would be nice if we had access to their KID system as well, so that if DCF has been involved with the family and they have referred on to services or something else, we can let the officer know, hey, look, they're working with such and such. Here's their contact information. Give them a call.
Another challenge is there's only 2 of us for the whole city of Wichita, so you can imagine how many kids we deal with each day. When we first started, we were like, we're gonna follow up on every case with every kid under the age of 18, and we couldn't keep up. So we do now follow up under every case that we get automatically for any child under the age of 10. Other than that, it's on a case-by-case basis.
And our referral or our follow-up process is more of a soft approach. We often just send the families a letter, or we'll just call them and reach out that way. We found that if we send them a letter, 2-3 months down the line, we get a phone call, hey, can we get some services or can we get some help with this or that?
Some of our success is working with the families until they no longer need us, until they feel safe in their community, until they know that there's other supports out there.
We also have seen a reduction in referrals to DCF and or law enforcement calls with the families that we have worked with.
We're also involved in the community. Monthly, we do a women's self-defense class for women and children to just help with the parents. It builds the gap with the parents, and then it helps them feel safe also.
We also work with the Sedgwick County DEC program, as well as some of the other different agencies and committees around town.
Our goal is for decreased law enforcement contact for the families.
And to build the community up around the family so that they can be successful, whatever that looks like to them.
Very good, ladies. Thank you. While you're up there, are there questions for these women today.
Uh,
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm wondering, are you suggesting that you have what sort of access to DCF records? And I'm also curious, I know Morgan Hall also suggested that that's part of the problem, no sharing of data. So what would that look like? And what data would you, how could we do that?
So we have access to KIPS, and trust me, we tell our officers what.
Okay, could you say that again? I couldn't understand.
We have access to KIPS, which is what PRC uses to screen a case in and or out.
Okay.
What we would like access to is KIDS, which is after DCF's been involved, they complete their KIDS assessment. So say they refer to family preservation or something else, that's where that information is housed. In order for us to get that information now, we have to wait until they're back in service, so 8 o'clock the next day, and then that way, and then, yeah, so basically we have to wait till the next day to see if there's other service providers. We'd like to have it when officers are calling us.
And would that be a function of a statute, a regulation, just better technology that can share?
I think it would just be access, just giving us access to it
Okay.
so that we're able to look at it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now I really wish that I were there. These ladies are wonderful. And Madam Chair, if you recall, for years, this is what I've been talking about, allowing that communication flow to help in real time. But ladies, either one of you, can you put do you have contact information that you can share with the committee?
Yes, we do. Do you want to just?
Okay, if you could,
Do you want?
if you could share that, and then, so you said your ultimate goal is to eliminate the police. So how does that look? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, we don't want to eliminate them. We want to limit the phone calls that they're getting for parenting issues. So, like, officers will get a call from, let's say, a mom and the daughter doesn't want to go to school today. Well, that's not an emergency. Officers don't need to go out on that. They can, but we would like to stop that. So if we could put some parenting classes or work with the mom, work with the child to reduce those type of phone calls.
So how does the public, how is the only way that individuals contact you is through the Wichita Police Department?
No, our contact information is on the Wichita Police Department website, and we often get phone calls or emails from community members just asking for our help.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And as for our contact information, do you just want business cards so you can email it out to everybody, or what's your preference?
We can send that out to the committee. Yes, thank you for leaving those with us. And Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I got to meet these two incredible women a couple months ago. I just wanted to follow up. So when do you not take calls? I think you told us that.
When we leave the country.
When we leave the country, yes.
They've taken calls on vacations and just have been completely dedicated to this work, and I really appreciate that. So the question I have, I think, is can you just kind of elaborate on why they are calling you and not DCF, and just if you have any insight on that, and if there's breakdown in just viewpoints of who they're actually talking to?
Part of it is because they trust us and they know us because we're embedded in the police department, so they see our faces often. The other part is they know we're going to answer our phones. Oftentimes they're calling DCF workers during the day when they're out on scene. We actually give them contact information for the DCF worker that's assigned, and they'll call us back and be like, well, we called, but they didn't answer. We called their supervisor, they didn't answer. We called this person, but they didn't answer. So they just call us because they know we're going to answer.
Thank you, and if I may. So I was kind of Googling y'all. I was curious. Sorry. I didn't go further than the Wichita Police website, but.
Okay, good.
No, but I did notice that, Allie Engel, so you were with the EMCU?
Correct.
So could you just elaborate on that experience or what years you were there and just kind of how that transitioned into?
To where I'm at now.
Yeah,
So I was
where you are
there,
now.
I think up until 2022 when I came over here. But so it helps because my knowledge base is within DC. I know a lot of the DCF policies and procedures or know where to find them and how to access them. I also still have connections at DCF. So if I have further questions or concerns, I can contact one of the DCF workers and be like, hey, what do you see with this? So I think that's very beneficial.
And EMCU is Exploited and Missing Children's Unit. Is it specific in Wichita?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you for all you do and for answering your calls all day long.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you could stay up there for just a moment, I have a couple of questions for you as well. So you answered a couple of those, so you're embedded within the police department, so you're employees of the police department, correct?
We are employees of the city of Wichita.
Employees of the city of Wichita. It sounds like we have a good model here that maybe, others could adopt. It appears, a former teacher, most kids are going to be at school-age children, obviously, during the day, and maybe for a little while, might go to a sitter or a daycare program or something, and then they go home, or they go home and they're a latchkey kid. Guess what I'm trying to get at is I could see where if there is abuse in the home, it's going to happen in the evening after DC offices are closed. Is that what your experience is?
I think it's the phone calls that we're getting from officers, like how many we get after hours. Is that kind of, oh, good Lord. Officers will either email us or they'll call us if they're out on scene with questions or concerns. So oftentimes it is in the evenings or on the weekends. 3 a.m. phone calls are not uncommon for us.
So would you say the majority of those calls that are a possibility to take a child out of a home would, like we were saying, this is an emergency situation. Somebody calls in, I'm a neighbor, I see this happening in my neighbor's yard, or something's going on. Are those usually in the evening, weekends?
Unfortunately, it's 24/7 because oftentimes the families where the kids need to be placed or could be placed in police protective custody, they're not going to school and they're not going to daycare. So you do see them 24/7.
All right. And then when you were saying, in the evenings then, when you're trying to reach DCF, you have access to which program again?
KIPS.
KIPS, K-I-P-P-S, I'm assuming an acronym.
KIPS.
KIPS. And which is the one you would like to have access to?
Kids, KIDS.
That's not confusing at all. And KIPS stands for?
The Kansas Intake Protection System.
Okay, and KIBS stands for?
Kids, I do not remember.
Okay. You know it as KIBS. All right.
Kids, KIDS.
KIDS, not B. Okay.
Yeah, D.
Thank you so much, ladies. And I would like to bring Tanya back up if I could.
Thank you.
So what we're trying to do is find something that could maybe work better than what we have now. We heard about Utah has on-call staff, which honestly is the first thing that came to me. I think about how hospitals have on-call staff. My family owns a plumbing company. They always have an on-call plumber. And so have you considered an on-call staff to where somebody is available in the evenings or the weekends in case they get or when they get these calls?
Thank you for the question. Formally, Wichita has considered it and implemented it, and I think because of their longstanding sort of operation and partnership and memorandum of agreement we have for the Exploited and Missing Children's Unit. So that is in place. We don't have any other formal agreements, to my knowledge, with any municipality. So we have not considered it. We know with the recent House Bill 2075, the additions with that will require, as I understand it from last Wednesday or Thursday, it will require if a law enforcement officer calls DCF with a report of abuse or neglect and wants to make a referral for a 24-hour response, once that if the proposed bill becomes law, we will be responding within 24 hours of a specific referral from a law enforcement officer regarding abuse neglect, which is broader than police protective custody. So that would or could change if proposed, I believe, July 1. So that would be something that DCF would need to have ready in effect for coverage. That will, because we have our response of same day, what House Bill 2075, as I understand it's currently written and would become law, it will mostly affect Saturdays, Sundays, and longer holidays.
And of course, you know that we both worked on 2075, and we're both very proud of that. And we look forward to seeing those response times and how you plan to handle that in your department. So it sounds like when we heard the lady say that they called, or someone called them and they recommended they call DCF and then said, I didn't reach anyone at DCF. So when you say they have that system in place in Wichita, can you explain what that means if somebody's calling and they're not reaching anyone?
I believe if I understood correctly, the scenario was a specific family not being able to reach their assigned caseworker or a case manager. So that's what I understand the difficulty in reaching a certain child protection specialist. The system we have in place for the community support specialist to reach a DCF employee is, as I understand it, is at the supervisor level or the supervisor who's in EMCU, that they do have that contact. And I have some of that information in my testimony. So the systems can talk to each other.
I wondered what was different about Wichita. Could one of the ladies come up and, is it Allie or whomever? Yativa? Yativa. I said Allie first because it was easier to pronounce. Yativa, could you address this as to, is that what you were referring to on the phone call?
So no, we call the workers directly. Or we'll give the officers the phone number for the worker directly if it's between the hours of 8 and 5. So that the officer, because playing the middleman doesn't help. So we just let the officers talk directly to the worker.
The officer would speak directly to DCF?
Correct.
Okay, to
If
that
they're
individual.
on scene, yeah, if they're on scene, we'd prefer for the officer to speak to the DCF worker that has the open and assigned case.
Of course, that makes sense. And this is when the officer may tell you I wasn't able to reach them.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And then I have one last question, Tanya. They mentioned KIPS and kids. Can you tell us what that access looks like currently for any of our police officers, or just the community support in Wichita that has access to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for the question and committee. So this project started in approximately 2020, where we wanted to have, we met with some partners in Wichita and wanted them listen to some of their worries. So we created access to, as they mentioned, the Kansas Intake Protection System, which we covered the cost at the time of 7 licenses. As I understand it today, 2 are active, and you heard about their access to that system. So it will show, they can get in and they can see if a family has a history of received or assigned reports to our agency. And it provides a bit of detail on those types of reports. What I'm hearing today, and the Wichita PD, or the resource is available to Wichita PD. Originally, it was also, and could be, I would need to defer, also the access was available to the Sedgwick County Sheriff Office with Sheriff Easter and any designee that he wished. So at the time we had 7 licenses, but I know folks come and go in terms of user licenses. So that was the intent, to be able to provide some type of context of agency history. Deeper information regarding the content of our investigations or assessments, a history of referrals to programs and services, et cetera, would be available in the, as they mentioned, the KID system, which is the Kansas Initiative for Decision Support. It holds the body of our assessment. It holds like some, case notes. It just has deeper information about when we assigned a report, the work that we did alongside the family. So it sounds like that's the system that would also be helpful. However, so Wichita PD and at least at one time, the sheriff's office had access to that, and we just covered the cost of the user licenses. We have a data sharing agreement and other, formal interagency agreements so that folks can look at and access the data because it's confidential.
So that I understand, you're saying that at one time they were able to have access to kids, or they do now?
To my knowledge, there's never been any access in the data sharing agreement to look at the KID system, which is Kansas Initiative for Decision Support, and that's the system that holds the narratives, a little bit more deeper case information about when we went out and were alongside a family, what happened, was there a referral for service, open closure dates, just a little bit deeper information on our work.
And what are your thoughts about sharing that information?
My initial thought would be it's something we could explore. I'd need to check into platforms and, access and user licenses and those types of things.
Thank you for doing that. We appreciate it. Committee, I've been asking a bazillion questions. Does anybody else have any? Am I prompting more?
Owsley.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this can be for anybody. But so the program went in place in 2020. Do we know what reduction we've seen in the removal utilizing police protective custody within this region?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the question. At the time that I started this, I didn't look at data when I started it in 2020, so I'm not able to compare counts of data. So no, I don't have that today. I could go back and try and find the specific data for Sedgwick County or we do have some data that's available by zip code or family neighborhood that we could see if there's changes. So DCF doesn't have that data. I don't know if the city of Wichita would have that data.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'd let one of the ladies comment if they would choose upon that, because I'm confident that you are making a difference, and I just didn't know if we had that data to support it.
We don't have exact numbers. That's not something that we track, just because if the kids do go into PPC, the officers don't always check with us, but we would like to think that after 5 years, there's been a reduction in the contact that these families are having with officers and that the families are feeling safer.
And I applaud you all's work, 24/7, on call.
Thank you.
Doing dramatic work. And I can only imagine that you can't get to them all. You said that you wanted to follow up with every child under the age of 18, and you've been able to follow up with everyone under the age of 10. Do you feel like you're able to respond to every call?
No, but I do feel like we are able to make an impact with the ones that we do get contact with. So we get a daily report, and I don't know if we mentioned that, but we get a report daily from all the cases that officers had contact with within the last 24 hours where there was someone under the age of 18 in the home. And so what Allie will do is she'll get the report, she'll go through it, we'll look for the ones who are under the age of 10, we'll look and see if there's DCF history, and then that's how we follow up on our main cases.
Okay. And then the question regarding being able to get a hold of somebody, you said during office hours you try to get the case manager. Makes complete sense. And I also understand somebody not being available, on the spot. We all miss calls or preoccupied with your occupation otherwise. But then after hours, the setup that you have to be able to get a hold of the supervisor. I'm not positive of the official DCF title. But is that working out? Are you able to get a hold of that DCF representative?
We do have direct cell phone numbers for the DCF supervisor. So if we do need them after hours, we are able to contact them. And I would say that the supervisors are really good with answering the phone. Do you think?
EMCU does have 2 social workers that are on, well, 2 or 3, and they rotate shifts. So if it's on after hours or weekends and it's something we really need to get in contact with them on, we can contact them and they're available.
And then do they have access to kids?
Correct.
Okay, so it's just an extra step.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, we will have Representative Johnson, then Representative Howerton, Howerton, I almost said it wrong, and then Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Chair. Ron, with Sedgwick County, you got a quick question. Did you get a chance to hear the testimony from Lydia Goyne earlier? This was the 2 children that had been neglected severely, and she related that. And I'm not asking for a comment on that. My question is prosecutorial effect against the violators. How is that handled right now on that type of a case?
Okay, so kind of a 2-part question there. I'm not sure if I heard her testimony because there was an individual speaking when I came in who was a young lady, and I don't know who that was. So it's possible I heard it. But your second question is, if I understand it right, if somebody's abusing a child, you're asking what it is we do about that? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, this was the case where they were put in cages, had eating feces and et cetera, and then severe trauma issues from health reasons. And it's a Sedgwick County case. And I had a chance to talk with her a little more. And I'm just, as a former law enforcement officer who specialized in cases, I'm wondering the status on that might be, or what is it taking now to get prosecution?
Right. And that's a good question. Let me centralize my response here so we don't violate any confidentiality standards. I'm not going to speak specifically about the facts of any given case, but I can tell you how it works when a call comes in and there's some allegation of abuse or neglect. If it looks like it's going to rise to the level of some type of criminal activity by some individual, an adult, typically, but not always, typically that goes to our exploited missing children's unit. That's a law enforcement wing that deals with these kinds of cases. It's investigated, and it may have some similarities to the child in need of care, which is a civil proceeding. There may be some common central evidence, but the burden of proof in a criminal case is different. It's higher than in a child in need of care case. So when law enforcement completes that investigation, they have the ability to make an appointment with a charging unit in our office, and that's a group of lawyers that specifically review matters brought to them by law enforcement to determine whether there's sufficient evidence to file a criminal charge. And there's numerous types of charge. It might be some kind of sex offense. It might be some type of aggravated battery or abuse of a child or child endangerment. Those are pretty typical types of charges that are considered in these matters. And if our reviewing attorney believes that the evidence rises to the level that we can sustain a prosecution, then the case can be filed and can be charged. And there are a lot of dynamics, a lot of factors that enter into a charging decision. There may be cases where a child needed care case is filed and proceeds through the system, yet no criminal case is filed. And it may be that we don't have enough cooperating witnesses, or we don't have enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in a criminal case that a criminal matter can be sustained. And sometimes it's one parent or guardian kind of protecting another parent or guardian from criminal prosecution. So a sync case may be pursued, but we don't have the ability to pursue a criminal charge. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's a highly summarized version of how things work.
Yes, well, I'm very familiar with all of that. I kind of wanted that enumerated for us as a committee.
Sure.
Given the facts, and it was a 7-page document, I'd like to bring this case back to the committee at our next meeting to see what happened in it. I was very active in the Adrian's Law bill that Representative Luis Ruiz worked so hard for, and a couple other pieces that we've had, because it is protective custody, but those are the ones we missed. And then later today, we're going to have to deal in private session with 2 more tragic cases of deaths of children. So we want to make sure that when there are criminal cases, that should be followed up. So I will just let you know that I'm going to be asking the committee to review this case again when we meet again. So, and I thank you for your work on behalf of our kids.
I
Thank you,
appreciate
Chair.
that. And just real quickly, you know, it's not a one-size-all with 105 counties. Sometimes the prosecutor handling a child needed care case and determining if criminal charges will be filed is one person. We're big enough. We have attorneys that all they do is review cases for charging. So it's not consistent across the state by necessity, if you will.
Thank you very much, sir.
Before we move to Representative Howerton, I realize it's a sauna in here. So they are working on it. We may have felt a little bit of air come on a minute ago, but if you need to do this, it doesn't offend us at all. We would love to do that too. But I just want you to know we are aware and they are working on it. Representative Howerton.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for getting them working on the air. I appreciate it. So my question is for the district attorneys in the room, and I don't really know how best to do this. So I'm just going to ask some questions, and this is what I want to know. And I have the numbers from Sedgwick County because I'm from Sedgwick County, but I want to know how many petitions are requested by DCF, ex parte petitions. Does anybody does Johnson County or Shawnee County have an answer to that?
Although I can't give you an exact number, I can tell you the process that we go through.
Or an estimate compared to police protective, if you could even estimate that.
Well, it's a lower amount, and I did think there was some confusion on the numbers from DCF. I think that 58% is if you have 100% of sinks filed, 58% come from police protective custody initiated, and then the remainder is initiated by other actions, either ex partes or petitions that are filed. In our county, the overwhelming majority of our cases are filed via PPC. That is, now we don't file nearly all of the cases that are in PPC, but our law enforcement and our DCF work very well together to the point that it's very rare that there's a case that DCF works with law enforcement and it's a dangerous situation and they don't end up executing PPC. So I think your question would be better served, how many are only police protective custody cases with no involvement from DCF? Because a lot of times they work together, so they don't have to send us an ex parte request because the DCF has contacted law enforcement and they work together, or the other way around. So PPC is obviously always faster. Ex parte don't have to be only during the day, but in practical matter, that is when they are most often executed.
So when they're working together, it is the police that are filing the petitions?
No, the district attorney's office or the county attorney's office files all the petitions. Police.
Are requesting them?
Police cannot file.
Right.
DCF cannot file.
Right.
I have filed cases when neither asked for it. I have not filed when both have asked for it. That's very unusual. We're usually all on one page, but that decision ultimately rests with the county or district attorney's office.
Okay, and if I may, while you're up there, your county seems to be, or your region, DCF region, seems to be an outlier. So where on the children removed into foster care for temporary custody, to the secretary, that table 2, I don't know if you got a chance to look at that, but where the East region is like, I don't know, 57%, West is 54%, Wichita 68%, you're 34%. And these are days within 6 days prior, I think.
You'll have to explain that to me. I don't understand that particular data point.
So what do you think you're doing things differently in your county?
I think we are trying to work hand in glove with everyone.
It's better. It's better, like,
Okay.
because you're lower.
Well, I'm not trying to be defensive.
No.
And I'm not
No,
trying
I'm
to-
just curious,
I'm not
because you are
trying-
different.
I think if there's a difference, I think we have very good communication, and I think that's what we strive to do. I guess I didn't understand the 1 to 6 days of, is that prior to the filing, only 34% of our cases had PPC?
Prior to the custody date, yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Tanya.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that being for Johnson County, but that's actually Kansas City region, which is not solely Johnson County. I think I can tell you that in our county, the overwhelming majority of them, if they are PPC cases, we're going to get them on file usually within 48 to 72 hours. If there's PPC, because that's the law. Otherwise, they have to go somewhere in the interim, which is back home. So I don't know that we're doing anything any differently. I think we work to try to have good communication, and in having good communication, we have those. The overwhelming majority of the cases we file have a PPC component to it. We do also work well with our DCF folks to have them send us petitions when they are concerned. I will tell you that if I had a concern about PPC, it wouldn't be that it's executed too often. It would be that it's executed not often enough. And that would be why we probably have perhaps a higher percentage of cases that initiate from a report that we get directly from DCF. And we do file ex parte petitions on a fairly regular basis. So we do utilize that. I think, unlike some jurisdictions, we have 20 some odd law enforcement agencies. Some are very well equipped to execute PPC when they should, others do not. And perhaps that goes both ways. But I have certainly seen many petitions that we end up filing that if you look back at the 2 or 3 year history that DCF provides us, most of us here in this room would look and say, we probably should have filed an incident or two ago. Not as graphic or dramatic as the horrible story about the children in the cage, but concerning enough that we would like to have gotten into court. I will tell you, 15, 20 years ago, we lived in a different time in terms of resources, and we would occasionally have concerns where DCF had gone out with an offer of family preservation or an offer of services that if we had those services in place, we would have been able to keep the child at home. And we would file a petition and bring the family to court without removal and just say, we have this concern, we don't need to remove, we're coming to court, and we're going to make this request that you work with family preservation, a court order. And that was something that we could do more often because we weren't always living in the emergency situation. But that resources and just the volume has made that more and more difficult to do. We still do that occasionally, so that could explain why we do this. Like occasionally we will have someone, they'll go out, they won't execute police protective custody, but they will say, this is a big problem, family preservation can help this, and if the family will accept it, we say, okay, we'll leave the children at home, take family preservation, we're going to come to court in 30 days and see how things are doing. And what we have found is if we don't have that court date in 30 days as an accountability piece, they're less likely to accept the services. So that could explain it, and we do that on occasion, not as often as we used to.
So you're still able to do that?
Yes.
It's just a choice that's, you're inundated with other cases.
Well, it isn't so much us. I think it's DCF's ability to do that. There's a perception also, although I thought that worked nicely, there's a perception within the system that when we do that, the family, that's hard on families, that's stressful on families. So
It's all stressful.
it's a give and take situation, but yes, we still do that on occasion.
Okay, and then if we could hear from Morgan. Thank you.
I could pull the data to go see. I don't have it off the top of my hand, but just guesstimating, we're probably 30% PPCs, and then the other 2/3 of our caseload is ex partes or summons cases.
So 70% of your cases are DCF requested?
No, well, not necessarily. So that's, I guess, what is it that you're looking at? Because we have several situations. So DCF may send it, but we also may have, I guess, a law enforcement referral just for like our runaways and things like that, or we also have the truancy cases that get filed. So I was just saying about 30% are PPC removals, and then the rest of our cases are.
I guess I see two doors into the system. One is DCF filing an ex parte order, police are filing the other. And I was thinking that was police protective custody, so it could be other things as well.
Yeah, not every case results in a removal of the child from the home. So we have other cases where we may file a case because a child is a continuous runaway, and we're wanting to help try and get them to understand that what they're doing is serious, and so we just file a summons case. We may have some similar to what Mr. Heimer indicated, where the family is not engaging in services and we don't want to remove, so we're filing a case in order to have a court order for them to participate in those preventative services in hopes that we can prevent removal from happening and getting them in front of the court to see that, hey, this is serious. I have to make sure that I'm doing what they're asking me to do and what the agency has said I need to do to keep my children in my home.
Okay, and then my last question for these district attorneys, and this is something that I realized, I've talked to you a lot, I've talked to Ron, I've talked to several district attorneys this session. While we were discussing our definition of neglect bill, I feel like I need to go to law school, but I enjoy the conversations, the back and forth, but what I realized, and maybe this is true, maybe I'm off, but I think district attorneys are the door to sink cases. You are the ones that decide who determines, who takes that petition to court and determines the removal. Would you say that that is true, that you are the door to child welfare?
In a way, yes, similar to a criminal case. We have the prosecutorial discretion to determine whether we believe a case should be filed and the court should hear that matter, or whether we don't believe that a case should be filed and it doesn't rise to the level of a child in need of care case.
Okay, and if other DAs want to weigh in on that, I would love to hear from both of you as well. Sedgwick County and. Come to the mic, please. Sorry. That way everybody can hear you.
It's important we get this right. It's tough to have this discussion in 4 or 5 minutes without the risk of oversimplifying. In response to that question, there is a lot of collaboration that occurs. The general notion that the DA is the gateway to the sink case is, it depends on what you're looking at. It may or may not be entirely accurate, because when a child's taken into PPC custody, at least in our jurisdiction, that starts a lot of collaboration. The police at that point are pretty much out of the case, but DCF is staffing the case on a daily basis with a lawyer who's present with me today, Mark Jordan. He's been doing this 36 years, determining whether or not we're going to advance a child needed care petition, or determining whether or not DCF has some other reasonable alternative for the child's safety and preservation of the family. So there's a lot of collaboration that's going on. Police don't file police protective cases. They take a child into police protective custody, then the matter is worked, and there's a lot of collaboration at that particular point. So then, if a petition is filed, there can be ex parte orders for continued out-of-home placement. But that's overly simplified. But I didn't want you to leave you with the idea that there is one entity that's solely making a decision here.
Okay, thank you. And Don Heimer, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that's been stated. I do think there's, obviously this is something, as you stated, this is what we do every day, so we're very familiar with it, and you're trying to get a feel for that. So when there's a police protective custody case, under the statute, as you know, there's only 2 entities that can release police protective custody once it has commenced, and that's the police themselves or the county or district attorney's office. Typically, on cases that are serious enough for removal at the onset, there's going to be a lot of work done to see what we can do to keep the family together, or if we need to remove. We can file, even if we believe We can return home and file a petition. In other words, keep the children in parents' custody and still file a petition, or we can seek removal. The PPC lasts 72 hours, during which, excluding weekends, during which we have to have a hearing. At that hearing, the court takes the police protective order and turns it into a temporary custody order. Or we can file an ex parte order. But if we're in court within the 72 hours, then that becomes a temporary custody order and PPC is over. So in the sense that the ultimate question of when a child's taken into custody is the police, I think it's not unfair to say the ultimate question at the end of the day as to whether a child needed care petition is going to be filed does rest with the county or district attorneys association or offices. But we're definitely working with all these other parties, because I'm not a social worker, but I trust the social workers to tell me how viable this option or that option might be. I think that it's important to understand that ultimately we're trying to have these children be at home as often and as much as possible. But you have to remember that once the child has been removed, there's already a basis that was an emergency that has to be overcome somehow. At least that's the way I view it. This was so bad that nobody was available to take care of this child at this moment in time, and that's why PPC started. And then we work back from that to see what we can do to try to repair the situation. And that's not the county or district attorneys doing that. That's the other players in the system then reporting to us within that 72 hours what's viable in their opinion and what's not viable. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I thank you for that, and thank all of the district attorneys for being here. I think it's something that we didn't realize maybe in the past is the part that you do play and that you do need to be a part of these conversations. So I do appreciate you being here and engaging. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And we would be very happy to be a part of any, by our presence here, I think we're letting you know, we're more than happy to be a part of any discussions and trying to make the system better.
I'll be reaching out to you this summer, I promise.
And thank you for your work in looking into it.
Thank you. And Senator Faustido with the last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really appreciate the line of questioning by the representative. I learned so much that I didn't know before. So thank you for that. Madam Chair and Representative Owsley, I don't have exact data to measure the success of the kids and camp programs in Wichita. However, Madam Chair, I do know that the telephone calls have decreased that I have received from families in these situations. So I would say that these kids and KIP program is really, really working by the decrease of calls I've received. And Madam Chair, I would certainly make the recommendation that we look into the option of allowing them to get that access to that information they need to continue helping families. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Faustido. And Tanya Keys had indicated that she would look into that, and we agree. Committee, we have our 11:30. We have a couple minutes here, and
Chairman, I would like to ask if anyone in here that is not a part of, that's just a regular citizen, can talk about in front of the DAs a few stories that you might actually see. That
you would have, I'm sorry, but you'd have to, you're welcome to reach out to them after. There is one question for Ed Klump.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ed, I'm just curious, we talked a lot about this. Is there paperwork that's filed for police protective custody? What does that look like? Just in order of gathering data and the stuff that we need, what paperwork is there in existence, I guess? Thank you.
Wow, good question. Been a while since I've actively pursued one of those. Might have somebody else have a better answer to that, but I will say this, that it depends on whether that police protective custody is very short. In that case, we're always going to document those in our police reports. Even if it's just a matter of, like somebody mentioned, a car stop, parents are arrested, we got to do something with these children, but we only have them in our custody for maybe 30 to 40 minutes. We're still going to document in that our reports. But when you talk about actual neglect cases or abuse cases, those have to be reported to DCF. And so those reports are made and transferred to them as part of our police reports. But I think you can get a better answer maybe from maybe the lieutenant or somebody.
Lieutenant Ford?
Thank you. As far as our paperwork goes, it goes on just a regular KSOR, Kansas Standard Offense Report. If there's documented abuse, neglect, and the officer can articulate that the child is in need of care, whether it's abuse from physical or mental or, food, then with the supervisor's approval, that kid can be taken into police protective custody, and then those reports are deferred to DCF. You're welcome.
Thank you. Yes.
If I could just add one thing, law enforcement is a mandated reporter to DCF for abuse and neglect. So anytime we have one of those cases, we do report to DCF.
And is that on the 24-hour line?
Well, we can call. Good luck with that. We can fax, or I think there's an online system we can use. So there's multiple ways that we can reach out, but it is to that report center.
Committee, we are moving on now to our presentation. This is on Title IV-E funding from Tanya Keys. Welcome back to the committee.
Thank you, Chair Gossage and committee. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to talk to you before lunch about Title IV-E eligibility. Have a PowerPoint, and I think you guys have it electronically, so I'll go through it. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about the background. I'll talk about the programs that are covered through Title IV-E funding, some matching rates, some eligibility, and some quality assurance. So that's what I'm going to go through. I'm on slide 3, if you're following along. Just some foundational information. Title IV-E comes to us through the Social Security Act. It's the largest funding source for child welfare services. So that's a little bit of background. It's available to help cover costs for maintenance and administrative costs incurred by public agencies for prevention services and foster care. The prevention services part, in terms of being able to draw down federal IV-E funds, is more recent. It passed and had support from the Kansas Legislature in 2019 related to February 2018, the Family First Prevention Services Act. So the prevention piece is a little bit more recent. So it's a federal matching fund. It operates as a reimbursement to us. So things happen, we have costs, and DCF is the state agency approved in our state plan. We go out and we claim those dollars. So we don't receive that money early. We have to go out and ask for it, and it's reimbursed, if that makes sense, just as a basic. It's an unlimited matching fund, with the exception of Chafee. Chafee has a cap on what they give to states. And again, it's reimbursement to states that we seek through filing quarterly claims. That's the mechanism we use. Now I'll just talk a little bit about some major expenditure programs. So I'm on slide 4. You got a diagram, but just to give you a sense of what programs in Kansas does Title IV-E fund. So Family First Prevention Services, Family Preservation, foster care out of home, and that covers the array in foster care. So case management, licensing, placement costs, and legal representation. Also covers training. It covers IT systems like CWIS, and it helps us with adoption assistance. So those are the major programs that are covered and reimbursable through Title IV-E. Next, I want to talk about matching rates. And so what this is on slide 5 is an expenditure category. So we get a 50% match on 3 pieces of it: administrative expenditures, IT systems, and qualifying prevention services. Those are matched at 50%. So we would have 50% state general fund and 50% 4E, right? That's what that percentage means. In foster care for maintenance payments, if a child's eligible, the federal match is almost 62%. It uses the FMAP rate, which is 61.87. So that's its match rate. Training is at 75% match, and Chafee, which has a cap, is covered, 80% of it is covered through federal funding. The next on slide 6 just kind of gives you a pie chart. The takeaway from this is Title 4E, most of it is for foster care and adoption in terms of where that federal fund source goes. That's where most of it's going. Next on slide 7, I kind of want to give you a snapshot. So there's 3 easy pieces to Title 4E funding. You need to have a trifecta. You have to have an eligible child, an eligible service, and an eligible provider. If all those things exist in harmony, we're able to draw down the federal match for the 4E. Those are the 3 components, and you'll see this diagram in a minute. I won't quiz you, but you'll see it in a minute. So let's start diving into these bubbles, right? So let's talk about an eligible child on the next slide 8. So on the prevention side, like in Family First, really the child is eligible if they're at risk for foster care. That's one reason. The other piece that they might be eligible is any pregnant or parenting teen in foster care. They're eligible. We can draw down those dollars. And there's also a provision about a child that would be entering into a substance abuse facility with a parent who's going in for inpatient. So that's the child's eligibility on those prevention services. Foster care is a little bit more involved. So foster care, you need to be in foster care out-of-home placement. You've got to be age 18 or 18, older than 18 and enrolled in education. You have to have entered care through a judicial determination. We need to have contrary to the welfare language and reasonable efforts. Has to be in the journal entry. That's one of the eligibility requirements. They also, the home from which they were removed, it needed to meet an income means test that uses AFDC standards from 1996. So Aid to Families with Dependent Children was a precursor to the current Temporary Assistance to Needy Families, TANF. So, and this, we'll talk more about this requirement around the income needs test, but it does look back at 1996 standards. So we'll come back to that. And then the other component is that child needs to be in a licensed placement. All right, the next bubble, right? We just talked about how to make a child eligible. Now we got to have an eligible service in the mix, right? We need that for the recipe. On prevention, can you guys hear me okay? Okay. On prevention, it needs to be an evidence-based service. We're really fortunate in Kansas to have a lot of evidence-based services. So for example, we have healthy families, we have parents as teachers, we have family checkup, we use multisystemic, and DECA has some programs around sobriety, treatment, and recovery. So that's the
Tanya,
prevention.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a moment, just so that everyone knows the air conditioning in the entire building is having difficulties. They're hoping to have it fixed by the end of the week. So no matter what we were looking at, maybe changing to another room, no matter what room we go to, we'll be yelling at one another with fans. So just thank you for raising your voice to help us be able to hear.
All right, thank you. Okay, so that's the services for prevention, right? Some of those things hopefully sound familiar. On the foster care side, a lot of the services that are eligible, you guys are familiar with. Case management, placement, maintenance, qualified residential treatment programs for that first 30 days or after you get that judicial determination. So a lot of the things you're familiar with in foster care, those are eligible services. What's the third bubble? Eligible provider, right? So eligible provider in prevention, it just needs to be someone who's trauma-informed and evidence-based for that fidelity model, whatever that program is. On the foster care side, how that translates is needs to be a licensed placement, licensed relative, licensed family foster, licensed congregate care. If you're familiar with transitional living programs or community integration program placements, those are good to go for Title 4E reimbursement. Next, I wanted to talk on slide 11, just a little bit about how it works. So eligibility determination for prevention, it happens once. A DCF employee determines eligibility based on if the child's at risk for foster care. We need to have documentation according to our federal plan that the term it's used is candidate for care. So that happens once for a prevention service, and it lasts for 12 months. Maybe if a service ends and then we want to restart, we might do it again. But generally, a DCF employee does it once, and they're eligible for 12 months. On the next slide, on 12, I've kind of already mentioned reasons around the foster care eligibility. So I wanted to talk about why a child might not be eligible for foster care claim for the 4E match. A lot of it is around what we know from our data is that children who are coming into care today, their income exceeds the threshold of the 1996 AFDC income means test. So if you're not eligible based on that income needs of AFDC, you're not eligible for 4E for your entire foster care episode. So that's a big one. Another example is a child might have some basic eligibility, they're good to go, but maybe this month they're in an ineligible placement. They just moved to a relative who's not licensed. And if you're in an unlicensed placement, then you're not maintenance eligible for that time that you're not in a placement. Next couple of slides, I just kind of wanted to give you some pie charts to help tell the story. So we kind of looked back at January to give you a sense. For children who are in care in January, over half, 56%, are not eligible for Title IV-E reimbursement. 56%. There are 17% who are fully eligible, means they had basic eligibility and they're in a placement that's licensed. They're meeting all those other requirements. So just 17% of children in care in January, we're able to claim down Title IV-E federal match funds. That kind of gives you a scale of where we're at for 4E. The next slide is what I mentioned before. It shows for those who don't have that basic eligibility, it's because of the income. So for those who aren't basic eligible, over 3/4, 76%, the reason is due to their income exceeds the AFDC standard. Another small percentage maybe didn't have all the language they need, like contrary to the welfare and that initial journal entry. Those are smaller percentages. The majority of the reason why in Kansas they're not 4E eligible is they're not meeting the income needs. The final pie chart on 15, slide 15 is why wouldn't they be in the moment eligible for 4E? And that's because a lot of them are living in an unlicensed relative. And if you're not living in a licensed placement, then you're not meeting that service level threshold of being able to be part of the recipe, if that makes sense. So those pie charts just give you a little bit of story about what we know. The next thing and really the last thing that I wanted to talk about was what's called a rate of penetration, or a penetration rate of how deep are we affecting our Title IV-E claim? How much can we claim? This gives you a little bit of math for administration. And remember, administration it has the 50% match. But we can only do the 50% match on the extent to which we have a penetration of children who are eligible for Title IV-E, and our penetration rate for Kansas is 22.085%. So, every quarter, on average, about 22% of children are eligible for 4E, and that percentage then is applied to the 50-50 match. The next one on 17 goes back to the information about the match rate for services, for maintenance, like general foster care, room and board, clothing, those kinds of things. And that, about almost 62% is the FMAP rate for that. So we just kind of gave a round figure here. So for example, say the annual cost of care is $50,000 for a child. The 4E draw for Kansas would be $30,935 when you apply the rate of 61.87%. So that gives you a sense. For those like 18% of children that are fully eligible for a 4E drawdown, we're able to claim just over $30,000. So the next snapshot on slide 18 gets us back to that recipe, right? The trifecta. So if you've got an eligible child and an eligible service and an eligible provider, for those children, we're able to pull down almost a 62% federal match.
Tanya, just going to interrupt for just a moment, if you all can hear me. So all I did was step out in the hall to go to the restroom and thought, what are you talking about? It's freezing cold out here. It's not the whole building. I misunderstood the gentleman who was talking to me with the fans. It's this wing, is the committee rooms in this wing. So they're setting up room 548 South, which should be nice and cool for us to go to when we finish up here. So we'll grab our lunch committee and we'll go up to that floor. We'll have a working lunch. So we will start there at that time.
Okay. The last slide I had was just really about quality assurance. So for any federal fund source, there's, we have federal review to make sure that when we determine eligibility, we're doing it right. We have fidelity to all the federal rules. We have quarterly case read systems internally that we have. We have a federal review coming up next year. So that's the information about quality assurance. And that's all the information I have. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. And thank you for dealing with all the distractions. You're a pro at this. I appreciate it. Are there questions? Representative Humphreys?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So my question is, thank you for all the information. Now, bottom line, what funds are we getting? I mean, I understand eligibility, and I guess my other question is, I think it was about a little over a year ago, this committee, or maybe it was Child Welfare Committee, we started saying, what about those Title 4E funds? What about that? What about that? Like we were asking over and over, and it was kind of like, oh, it's too hard. No one's eligible. What, and I don't know if that was DCF or if that was talking to specific providers or if it was the counties we were talking to. Sure. But, I felt like it was sort of like this wall. And then now all of a sudden it's like, oh, yeah, we have all this information. So question, what happened and what funds are we actually getting?
Okay, thank you. For the question. On slide 6 has our budget information on what our 4E budget has. So for example, in fiscal year 25, for foster care specifically, it's 32 million, adoption support 29%. Those are the two largest. Administration and ITS is 18 million. That would include the extra funds that we have for CWIS. So that in terms of a budget, that's what we have. I can also speak to legal representation, which I believe is what you're asking about.
Thank you. That's exact. I knew there was something, and that's exactly what it is. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you to be able to provide and update this. So, as I mentioned, foster care in general has eligibility for us to claim Title 4E. And one of those sub-programs is legal representation. We can draw that down. Last year, our agency completed what's called a cost allocation plan. We had to follow some federal instructions, and so that if we wanted to facilitate counties to be able to draw down their own Title 4E match for legal representation for parents and children, that they'd be able to do that. We highly summarized, we completed the cost allocation plan. We're facilitating that. We did a training. The training is on our website. And the training was for county administrators, county courts, and Office of Judicial Administration. It was promoted. A county can choose whether or not given the funding, how they operate, whether or not it makes sense for them. But we're happy to help facilitate that and help with their cost allocation plan. We know that Douglas County and Johnson County, we think their interagency agreements are imminent. They want to do it. They want to pursue it. Other counties are at different stages. They may or may not want to claim. And you mentioned, I believe, Representative, you mentioned a 10%. The 10% in that scenario that applies is, say, for example, a qualifying legal service costs $1,000. Remember, our penetration rate is about 23%. So $230 of that would be 4E reimbursable. But of that 230, it's just a 50% match. So from our federal partners, we'd get $115, and the county is going to need to cover the rest of it. So you think about that $115 from the federal partner, 115 out of 1,000, it's about 10% recovery of your total legal cost. I think that might be what you're referencing when you were remembering the 10% figure. And that was very quick, so I apologize.
No, that's super helpful. And yes, you triggered my memory about that. I still think even getting 10%, whatever it is probably helpful.
Sure, it's up to the county. For some, it makes sense. For others, it may not. We wanted them to have all the tools and the technical assistance they needed to be able to make that decision.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, are there other questions, committee? So I just want to thank you, and I hate talking about money when we're talking about child welfare, but it is necessary, and we need that funding to be available, especially. So I have a question about the 1996. Do you know what that amount is that they're comparing family income to?
Yes, it's on slide 8. It might be on a couple. So to be below that threshold it's below $403 per month for a family of 3.
So they have to be below that to be eligible?
Yes, it's an income
below $403.
Yes, it uses the income standard that was in our state plan on July 16th, 1996.
So that's our plan?
Like
we
Kansas
can change
plan. That? We cannot go back and change a plan from 1996. It uses a plan that was submitted within the federal framework of AFDC.
And there's no way to update that?
With current federal guidance, there is not. Federal guidance could change or might change, but currently there is no way to change that.
Okay, I need more information on that. So maybe we can talk offline, because I just want to fully understand it.
Yeah, it's just a federal rule.
Just a federal rule. Okay. Is it a rule or guidance? Okay. She says, is it a rule or is it guidance?
It's rule. It's in the CFR. It's in the Code of Federal Regulations.
Code of Federal Regulation. Okay. Okay. Other questions, committee? We have a few minutes left.
Yes.
Yes, Senator Falscato.
Thank you. On the same line of questioning, Madam Chair, Tanya, does that also include that income guideline benefits? Does it include food stamps or a medical card? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. At the time, in July of 1996, it would have applied to aid to families with dependent children, which would have been related to cash assistance at that time. So it would not have included what we might say today is food assistance or SNAP or what is now like a child care benefit.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Falscato. The Education Funding Committee has concluded. By the way, I was supposed to be in 2 committees at the same time. Haven't quite figured out how to do that yet. So I missed education funding this morning, which meant Senator Erickson is chair of that committee, and it's finished, so she will be joining us here when we move down. So they have finished. They were in room 152 South, which is on this same floor. So we'll just go straight down the hall and to the right, and there'll be a little time. So members, if you would pick up your lunches, and we'll take those with us. And we'll see you down there. This is final report. Good, Tanya.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. It's good to be here today to give you guys an update on the Child and Family Services Review. We do have a presentation, and if you have it electronically, I'll keep alongside with the slide figures that I'm on. Today, I'm just going to give you a little refresher on the background, then I give you some updates on safety, permanency, and well-being, and where we're at today. So that's the journey this afternoon. A little refresher on the purpose. So the Child and Family Services Review is a federal review. It assesses all states' performance across 7 outcomes. It involves continuous improvement, and it's really a process for monitoring against federal and state law and policies. I mean, that's really its purpose. It has a number of components that kind of go in a cycle. So the cycle usually begins with a federal on-site review about every 4 to 6 years. The review in the federal review reads 65 families, and those families could either be foster care or maybe they received a prevention service. So it's a combination of prevention and foster care in terms of knowing how Kansas is doing. It involves some aggregate data outcomes. It also involves some focus groups, some interviews, and a case review tool. So it's comprehensive in that way. Part of the components that DCF and our partners help with, as well as stakeholders, is there's a statewide assessment by the state. After the site review for items that we didn't meet, there's some discussion, and we do a performance improvement plan, which I'm going to be updating you later on. And then to help with that performance improvement plan, there's stakeholder work groups that are developed that kind of get deeper into some action plans. So those are the components on slide 4. A little refresher on the timeline is on slide 5. So our Kansas round 4, it's referred to as round 4 because it's the 4th round in the federal set of reviews. They've been doing them for a number of years. It was the week of April 17th, 2023, and it looked at April of 2022 to April of 2023. So that was the period under review, that year period. So now that we're in performance improvement, we're kind of looking at where we are at today. The final report from that on-site review was received in July of 2023, and the PIP was approved and started May 1st of 2024. And again, and on slide 6, this review looks at safety, permanency, and well-being. And another refresher on the quick reference for the 7 outcomes. There's 2 safety outcomes, 2 permanency outcomes, and 3 well-being outcomes. We're going to go through those. I'm going to start on slide 8 with the safety outcomes. The safety outcomes and aggregate data, children in Kansas are safe. When we compare ourselves to national performance, we are better than the national performance in that our maltreatment in foster care is lower, which is good, lower than national performance. And children are safe in Kansas from recurrence of maltreatment. We also perform better than national performance because we have a lower rate of recurrence of maltreatment. And what that means is that if a child was a victim, that they didn't experience recurrent maltreatment within 12 months of that first finding when they're a victim. So that's what that measures, and both our safety measures are better than national. Aside from the aggregate data for safety, I wanted to talk about the federal result themes for safety. So some of our strengths is we were meeting our timeframes for face-to-face contact. So earlier I mentioned, some type of reports we respond same day. Other reports we might respond within 72 work hours. That's what that refers to. We're doing creative and effective assessments, especially for younger children. So that was found as a strength. Areas needing improvement that would lead to a performance improvement plan, where sometimes internally there was a lack of coordination within DCF on what we call courtesy requests. So a courtesy request, like highly summarized, like a basic one might be, maybe there's a child in Pittsburgh who, because of their medical needs, their family is up at Children's Mercy Hospital in South Overland Park or Kansas City. So if we get a report regarding that child who's, for the moment, in Kansas City, the report's assigned to someone in Pittsburgh, but depending on the nature of it, they might need to call a DCF protection specialist to go out from Kansas City to actually get there on time. And so the review just called out for us, you're not consistently doing those courtesy requests timely. So that's one example of an area needing improvement. Regarding safety updates, we've had progress in 5 areas on safety. And I'm on slide 11 for safety. So for example, item 1, I mentioned the timely investigations. Are we getting out there same day, 72 hours? In the review for the cases that were read, we were at about 70% on that day back in April of 2023. Those 65 cases that reviewed, 70%. We are now, after our PIP and through some coordination, especially around the courtesy requests, we're at 92%, so we're getting stronger. Item 2, and this is it's a federal number. Item 2, services to prevent removal or reentry. We're only, in doing the qualitative case review, only about half of those families that were reviewed were receiving qualitative pieces around that. And we've improved to 73% on the most recent read. And that, I kind of looked into that a little bit. Some of that is around the services does the plan and the service that was offered or planned, did it really match what the presenting situation was for the family? If, for example, if the worry was lack of supervision, was there a plan in place to think about maybe childcare or maybe other provisions that would really relate back to that original presenting situation? Item 3, we're also have improved, and those are around the assessments, ongoing assessments, lasting safety. Also for foster care, we've improved on both in-home and out-of-home foster care cases. So those are some great improvement updates around safety. Next, I'll cascade to permanency and placement stability. And the first thing to talk about there are some aggregate data measures. And I believe this committee has seen some of this data before. It's the federal profiles that we get. And what it tells us about timely permanency in foster care is that for all 3 federal measures, Kansas is performing worse than national performance with this. So to give some permanency context, we know we're in a performance improvement plan. We know we want the time in care to be the shortest as possible. The average time in foster care for all children who ended care in this year is 26 months. Most children are achieving permanency through unification. I know some of you within the bill we have, some of that was impacted with the recent bill that should ultimately pass to change the permanency hearing, that initial permanency hearing from 12 months to 9 months. So this is sort of where this falls, is that should help impact some of the performance in this. Because the average length of stay for children who reintegrate is currently 12 months. So we're hoping some of that helps. But that just gives you a context for the length of stay and the reasons why, some of the contributing factors that should really help us improve. On slide 14, review themes from the review that happened back in 2023. The strengths was the stability of a current placement. There's a lot of good supports going on to maintain a current placement. Any placement changes, they were planned. We're using relatives. And so there's a lot of strengths going on, and that's what the review found. On slide 15, the themes on the areas needing improvement, which ultimately lent us toward our performance improvement plan. There's some considerations about how we could do a better job about establishing what's called, it's a term of concurrent goals. So at some point alongside a family, thinking about when do we start thinking about adoption or maybe sole or 2 different types of permanencies for a child or youth. And so they encouraged us to think about how to do that differently. Along with that then, in terms of themes for areas needing improvement or goal changes from reunification to adoption. And the delay, there was some notice in that review of when relinquishment was involved in that presenting situation, there could be some delays in processing. So we were looking at that too, in terms of areas needing improvement. Key strategies around permanency were really how can we do better about conveying information about the risk and lasting safety concerns? Are we engaging families and being really intentional about developing plans that really have to do with the reasons the children entered care? And the other strategy and discussion was about increasing timely filing of termination of parental rights. So those are key themes. In terms of the results on slide 17, permanence or placement stability, we've really been improving. Our rate, most recent rate that we got in a profile was 6 point, a rate of moves per 1,000 days in care of 6.13, and we've been in the 7s for a while. So it's wonderful to see fewer moves for children in foster care. So that's really good to see. We've already met and been approved as meeting our goal for timeliness of permanency in 12 months. We set a goal to hit a figure of sort of an agreed upon goal that we developed, and our federal partner said, yes, that's a good goal, the 33.5%, and we hit that. So we already have met some of our requirements in the PIP with regard to permanency. We're also doing well on the other permanency measures. The last sort of component of the review has to do with well-being pieces. So on slide 18, you can see review themes where our assessments are comprehensive. We do, when we're alongside families, we're doing thorough, comprehensive assessments. There are frequent quality visits. Some of what we learned from that is some of that's stronger in our prevention work with families and the in-home cases than in foster care, but what are some things that we can learn about that? And then we're also doing great with immediate crisis mental health assessments. The areas needing improvement, which are on slide 19, we don't have a lot of dental care providers who accept Medicaid, so that was noted as a worry. We could do better at monitoring medications when children are in foster care. And then for some specialized services in some parts of the states, there might be wait lists or some periods of time to get the assessments so we can get them into a service. On slide 20, we've got some data on the well-being in terms of family involvement in case planning. That has increased. And that's the blue line. Also, caseworker, the quality of caseworker visits in terms of intentional conversations, connecting it to safety planning, connecting it to their placement, their goals, what's going on with the child. The quality of those interactions is getting stronger. And some other pieces reinforced access, positive access to mental health services, crisis intervention services, and that array of the continuum of mental health services. And those are just some data updates that we know currently from our performance improvement plan. There are still active work groups who keep working on strategies, and we want ideas on how to get even better. And our PIP is still in the monitoring period. And so we have quarterly updates that we send our federal partners. Thanks for the opportunity to give you an update.
Questions for Tanya Committee? I think we're just a little bit behind you looking through the slides. And so give us just a second here and see if we have any questions. Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 15, I believe, on your permanency review themes, there's a lot about parents on here, and would just like some expansion on those thoughts. The last one is parents not notified of opportunities outside of visitation. And And then the other one that stood out to me was delays processing, which you kind of talked about that. There are assigned relinquishments of parental rights. What was the other one? Extending reunification timelines, lack of ongoing efforts to engage resistant parents, and case plans not developed with parents. That was the one I was looking for. So if you could expand on that.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. So I'll talk, the first one you mentioned is the final bullet, which is parents not notified of opportunities outside of visitation. So some of these themes, to just give a context, this would have been found through the case reviews or interviews with families in those 65. And so 40 families would have been more foster care oriented. So these would have been themes or findings that they gather when they're really reading the file or talking to families. So the parents not notified of opportunities, there could have been 3 or 4 families that maybe if they had structured family time or structured parent interaction time or event time, maybe they weren't notified that, well, a couple weeks from now, we've got a dentist appointment, or a couple weeks from now, we're going to the ENT, as a follow-up visit. Parents weren't notified that they could be with the child, along with the child, and have that as an opportunity to see the child just in everyday things that go on in terms of a child's schedule. That's what that's referencing. So there must have been a number of families that came up enough where the reviewers thought, well, this is a little bit of a theme. Maybe we need to see what we can do about this. It wasn't just one, maybe it was more than one. Delays processing signed relinquishments of parental rights. In terms of how the review goes, they do look at, part of what they look at in some review questions is dates, milestone dates, date that, date of entry into care, time to the first termination of parental rights, date of a change to adoption. So there must have been enough frequency in the 40 families in that review that either relinquishments or the termination of parental rights seem to take longer, maybe than 24 months. So that might come up as a theme. what I can do is ask for more details on the number of cases that this was found, but as a theme, that's kind of what it means. It must have come up more than once, that it just seemed like too many months in between those milestones. And I think was the other one, Representative Howerton, lack of ongoing efforts to engage parents. This could be the review, in the reviewer's opinion, there wasn't enough outreach or a meaningful outreach to a parent who, for whatever reason, wasn't feeling engaged in the process or didn't feel like they had opportunity to be engaged in the process. And the reviewer, in reading the file, thought that those efforts weren't real enough or often enough.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can you just tell me a little bit about the review process? Like, how do they select, you said 65 cases. How does that work? Just an overview real quick, if you would.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative, for the question. The sampling for foster care is pulled from a federal report called AFGARS that we submit. So they have, behind the scenes, they have like client IDs of children in foster care. So it's random. And our federal partners put some data parameters on that in terms of, they need to be in care more than 60 days, those kinds of things. On the in-home, the random sample comes from a file that we provide of any family that received any prevention service that could include family services, family first, or family preservation. So that's the sort of the cohort file, and it is also randomly sampled to come up with that. The review itself during the week, in terms of learning what's going on with the families who are under review, there's a case file reading, and it uses a very specific national federal instrument. Interviews happen with the family, the youth, if they're old enough, a network of partners that could be working with the family. The case manager and sometimes a supervisor is interviewed, and there's a team of 2 interviewers who do the initial review, and then there's what they call a secondary review, where secondary reviewers read key findings from the review to make sure there was fidelity and that everything was addressed in the federal instrument.
Additional questions, committee? Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Tanya, for the update. The discussion with police protective custody this morning, I'm going to assume that if a child is in PPC, they are not part of the placement and stability data here as they are in police custody at that time?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the question. Correct. If the population under review as a foster care population for the Child and Family Service Review is the child needed to be in the custody of the secretary in out-of-home placement and removed from the home for at least 60 days. So their episode in foster care could have included police protective custody for a few hours or a few days, but this review looks at children who ultimately come into the custody of the secretary for foster care out-of-home placement.
Madam Chair, so they have to be out of home for 60 days?
To be in the, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Thank you for the question. I apologize. The 60 days is just to give some sense that you'd be able to answer some of the questions in the review. So yeah, if a child, their foster care episode is like, maybe they were just in foster care for a couple of weeks and returned home, they ultimately wouldn't be in the sample for the federal review. They like the families in the cohort to be under the review to have experienced foster care for a few months so that the review is relevant.
And that's just the federal guidelines of the CFSR?
Yes, thank you. That's their sampling methodology.
Okay, so,
yeah.
So there's a good chance that there's more placements than are listed here. If a child was involved in PPC prior to coming in foster care, there's already that 72-hour, removal.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the federal review starts at the date. It will look at the removal date as the date. They just consider it as a definition of the date that the child entered the custody of the secretary. So if police protective custody happened on a Saturday and the ex parte ultimately occurred on a Monday, that they were removed into the temporary order of the custody of the secretary on a Monday, the review will look at what happened Monday forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tanya, just a quick question. Page 17 of the slides. As long as I've been a part of this committee, it seems that placement stability just kind of hovers right around that 6%. And I know it's difficult when you're sharing with us, this was the review, we have some things we need to work on, but our job is to hold you accountable. Can you tell us the things that you are working on? I know there were some things that have some improvement, but placement stability, if you could talk about that, please.
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit about it. Kansas hasn't met placement stability at the rate that we wish to be at, 4.44 or fewer. There are work groups working on it. This is a component in our settlement agreement. We know it's important for families and youth. We do a lot of data tracking, and what's pretty neat is some folks who are sitting behind me have groups of folks who are looking specifically at different cohorts. For example, we know there is a set of young people experiencing extreme placement instability, and how can we be alongside them in a different way and make sure they're getting the services they need. So for example, if a case management agency knows from their data, when they look at the data, they know that they are struggling. Mainly the high number of moves is children who are age 14 and older. And maybe they're from one county, or maybe they are a child who doesn't have a sibling set. Maybe they're a child who's never been able, we haven't been able to get connected to a relative. So what we're doing is drilling down and trying to really look at child by child. How can we start helping youth who have the extreme placement instability? We know that it happens mostly, our data would show, ages 11 to 17. So what can we do differently? How do we access resources differently? How do we engage the youth's network and their family and relatives to help with stability? So there are Leading for Results Placement Stability Work Group, and there are also work groups who are helping out with our reporting that we do alongside our settlement agreement. But there is a lot of activity around, really at this point, learning about the families and their sons and daughters, about how we can help individual children reduce their rate of moves.
The other question I have was, we heard with some of the testimonies this morning, these children were making progress until they had visitation with parents, and then they came back with big regressions. But then we also know about kinship and trying to be able to keep families with families as much as children with families as much as possible. How much leeway is there? I know we have guidelines and we have regulations for a foster parent or someone to be able to talk to their social worker to say, this is what is happening, and then what happens after that? Because we're hearing not these just from this morning, but lots of letters and emails from people that are very dissatisfied. How could you answer that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I know I have experts behind me as well, who their teams are alongside families every day. You know, a placement provider, relative or licensed or even a group care provider, they're invested. They want to be engaged in case planning. Excuse me. Hopefully they feel like they've been engaged in case planning and have a voice, whether that voice is around parent time, parent-child interaction time, going to regular medical appointments, joining them. Hopefully they feel engaged. You heard today about opportunities to write a report to court for the judge. So that is happening. Licensed family foster homes would be able to speak to the assigned case manager. And they also, through their child placing agency, they have support through they have a worker or a team assigned to help them so they feel like they can voice if they're worried that family interaction time isn't going well, or last week when they got done with this, or maybe when they saw their siblings, or maybe they had a tough day at school. We want them to be able to share that. It's relevant. Certainly if that child, based on their age, if they're also engaged with some type of mental health provider or peer support, that's talked about there. We want folks to know about the progress and how behaviors could be impacted by something traumatic or just something that's stressful. We want those conversations to happen. If they're not happening, we'd love to know about it so we can address it. But a placement provider should be engaged and they're living with that child day to day. With regard to relative placements, we know that 60% of initial placements when children enter care statewide, 60% have their initial placement with a relative. Ongoing, statewide, I think now we're at 49% of children are placed with relative. We want to do everything we can to support those relative placements and family foster home to be as stable as they can. That takes a network of, if there's a mental health provider, if there's an educator, if there's a neighbor, a coach, we know everything comes together to help provide for that stable placement.
And we have a quick follow-up from Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss to not ask about the effect of Senate Bill 367 on the youth in this. Do you know if any of these youth that were reviewed were maybe crossover youth from the juvenile justice, or does the report reflect any of that?
Thank you for the question. Does which report reflect that?
The federal review on the 65 cases. Would that information be included in those?
On an aggregate level, for us to be able to pull a report that would say that, no, it would not. Reviewers, when they are actually talking with the family and talking with the young person, may have been able to get that attribute or that life event for that youth. I think we've heard testimony in other contexts or examples in other contexts that Sometimes placement instability is for a family who has a son or daughter that has touched both systems.
And I think that's part of the stability problem that we keep running into in Kansas is the fact that we do have these youth in foster care that are maybe not the reason why they're in foster care. They were brought into the criminal justice system, but they were placed in foster care, correct?
Yes, there is information out there that's been described in that way.
Committee, next we're going to go to, we have the standardized reporting for family preservation services and case management providers. But I think what we'll do is we're going to flip this with our 2 o'clock, and we're going to go next to the Care Network update. Then after we do the family preservation services, we might be more likely to be able to have a review and ask about a possibility of reporting. So we're going to go next to Dr. Emily Kilo.
Hi, she may not be on until closer to 1:15 or 1:30 with her schedule, and she's going to be on WebEx. I hope that's okay.
All right, then do we have Justin Horton?
Yes, you do.
Welcome to committee, and thanks for your flexibility, Justin.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, Ranking Minority Member Owsley, and members of the committee. My name is Justin Horton. I am the Chief Programs and Innovation Officer for Cornerstones of Care. I have dedicated my entire professional career to child welfare, health, and human services over 22 years. My job title means I oversee all programming for Cornerstones of Care across Kansas and Missouri, so I have a perspective of multiple states. And I've been at Cornerstones almost 11 years. We are a trauma-informed organization. I think that matters for you folks because it dictates how we interact with our clients, dictates how we interact with our partners, dives a lot into safety, brain science, which you heard today, empathy, adverse childhood experiences, not just for the children we're caring for, but also their parents, their caretakers, and perhaps generations of adverse childhood experiences that have occurred. Page 2 of my testimony provides you a map of where we provide services. We are in 49 different counties in the state of Kansas, and I will walk you through some of those services. So starting on page 3, we are the family preservation provider in the Northeast and Southeast regions. You have a little map inlay on that page. This is a 3x5 card that we hand out to partners so they know how families can get a hold of us. I want to reinforce that Kansas does have a good solid foundation of prevention services. I have that perspective from working in other states who are lagging behind the state of Kansas and the dollars and the service array that you have available to families here. It is a nice diverse mix.
Justin, I'm going to interrupt you 1 second. So committee, what we're looking for is when the family preservation services and case management provider updates are complete, we're going to go back up and look at what sort of data would you like to have from them? We want to consolidate and we want to make this report in such a way that it's uniform. What do we, as members of the committee, what would we like to know whenever they present to us? What kinds of things? So you might be jotting down some notes about that for when we come back to it. Thank you, Justin.
Oh, no problem. It's a beautiful segue, actually. At the bottom of page 3, I've pulled some data. There's more data available for family preservation, but I think if I was sitting in your seat, what I want to know is, how many families are being referred to you? Are you successful in your case closures? The families that you're serving, did those kids enter foster care? And are your clients happy with the service that you provide? And I put some green color coding real quick to show you that we're doing well there. We're a little behind where we thought we'd be in referrals. As a reminder, the new contract started July of 2024. In the Northeast region, we're 16% behind, and in the Southeast region, we're 19% behind. That does not necessarily have to be a negative. That just means that perhaps DCF is leveraging other prevention resources, such as FFPSA services, 2GEN, things like that. So we, submitted a bid thinking we'd serve 250 families in the Southeast. We're running about 16% behind that number of what we thought we would serve. So no detriment to the families that we're serving, but we do have to cut back a little bit on staffing because the revenue is not where the expenses were supposed to be. So we have to take a worker or two offline without sacrificing the ability to take any cases. So not a negative, but there is a diverse service array. We're only one part of that network with family preservation. So related to PPC, I just wanted to let you know Family preservation, we developed a business card that we give to our families. And if our families happen to have police involvement after hours, that business card lets a police officer know that they are involved in family preservation and how to get a hold of that worker. So perhaps we can make that connection at 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, and maybe help remedy the situation that's going on in the home. Transitioning on page 4 to foster care, we are the Area 5 provider. That is Wyandotte, Leavenworth, and Atchison counties. Contractually, we are obligated to be accessible 24/7, 365. So we have teams. We have a director, we have a supervisor, and we have team members that are on call every night during what you think of as third shift. As of March 18th, we have 443 foster care clients in that Area 5. That is a phenomenal reduction of about 47%. We hadn't done foster care in the state of Kansas prior to 2019. So when we started in 2019, we had 842 children transferred to us, and that is down 47%. When the new contract started, we had 506, so we're down 12% from there. So it is a rich, robust network of providers, far beyond what we do in isolation, that helps keep those kids safe and exiting from the foster care system, which a lot of the dialogue I think we've heard today is about how do we truly make sure foster care is an absolute last resort for youth? How do we help prevent those scenarios where police don't have to make a decision on the spot at 3:30 in the morning? What could we have done earlier in the week, earlier in those child's and families' lives to help prevent that? So caseloads and staffing, we have been stable in staffing. We have 4 vacancies, or we have a 91% occupancy rate for those case management carrying positions. The average caseload size is 10.05, which is below the accreditation and contract requirement. We have 2 youth who are missing or AWOL. I don't want any youth missing. So we have a special response team of 2 members trying to prevent youth who might be at risk for running away from not doing that and trying to recover those 2 youth that we have. We tend to have 0, 1, or 2 most times, which is well below the national average. We have had placement stability as far as not having youth sleep in offices. We've not had that happen since January of 2023. We have really minimized our one-night placements. We've only had 3 since January that were fairly unique circumstances. So it's a lot of effort to try and find long-term placements so kids don't have to spend one night here, and then get to that placement. We're always assessing people, process, and structure. I have 2 staff members sitting behind me. They hear me say that to them ad nauseum. Do we have the right people doing the job? Do we have the right processes? And do we have the right structure? If you can master those 3 things, then you can have pretty good outcomes. As far as data points, as you referenced, Madam Chair, I took the data I give you, I just take off the DCF website. It's accessible to any consumer and citizen of Kansas who wants to go on the website and look at it. We have some areas where we need to get better. We have some strong areas. We are at 53% with placing with relative or kinship providers, which is above goal and above the state average. As far as education, unfortunately, for those youth who do age out, we are at 76.2% of them at least completing grade 12, as we know how education is vital and pivotal to this vulnerable population we serve, and that's more than twice the state average. I include settlement agreement report data for you. I just take that again from the state website and put it in there. You'll see from that on page 8, the entire system is struggling with placement stability, providing mental health services within 30 days. The system has adapted very well, and is most of the time making sure that those kids are getting those assessments in a timely manner within 30 days of entering care. On page 10, we haven't heard SOL talked about today, but I did want to point out we had a successful SOL family permanency option, so I put some redacted pictures in my testimony on page 11. I won't regale you with the story, but will say, you know, timing is fascinating and it matters a lot. There were times in this young person's life where the family did not want to care for her or wasn't ready to care for her, but family finding should be happening for the life of a case. It's not something you just do within the first 30 days of a case. You're constantly looking, you're constantly outreaching, and that's what happened here. Even though we had tried before, we were able to reach out to this youth's biological sister. They were at a different place in their life, and they were able to achieve sole permanency option along walking side in the Leavenworth County jurisdiction and make that happen on March 6th. So we're pretty excited about that. I will close. You have some information in there about, you know, there's the family preservation contract, there's foster care contract, there's other contracts where data may matter to you. You've heard this group talk about therapeutic family foster homes and the 5 awards that were made there. You have some information on pages 12 and 13 that just show you how we're using it as a prevention model, trying to help families who otherwise wouldn't have financial assistance when they help a neighbor out and take care of those kids for a little bit and keep them out of foster care. So there's some information there on how that's been successful in 22 out of 23 cases. I'll close with just saying, I think you all know this, the work is hard, it's serious. I say all the time, we're flawed people, helping flawed people. We are not machines making cars on an assembly line. So we try and be a learning organization. We try and acknowledge our mistakes. And then you set aside your ego and your pride and you try and rectify the mistakes so you don't double down in punishing families if you made a mistake. So lowering the number of kids that we have in care does help. It doesn't make the job easy. Representative Howerton, you alluded to it, youth with criminal behaviors, aggressive behaviors, crossover youth, so to speak, monopolizes a lot of time of the system and of our workers. You can have 10 on a caseload, and that is a very low number. A lot of states and jurisdictions would be jealous of that number, but even 1 out of 10, if they have significant behaviors, can really take up 40 hours of your work week. So continuing dialogue about how we can help those youth, because it's our responsibility, is necessary. So I'm appreciative of everyone here who cares about Kansas children, continues to try and help and improve and get early intervention as early as possible. So thank you.
We will hold our questions. Thank you. Next, we have Jeanette Owens.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to share about DECA services today. I'm going to start with our child placement agency services, and we have just over around 416 foster families across the state. 12 adoptive homes that just want to adopt. And in those homes, we have 462 children served by 61 staff members. I wanted to share a couple of events that we do, and both happen right around this time. On March 6th, we had Foster Care Awareness Day, and that is where all of our staff plan and prep to go out into the community and really share the need for foster care awareness and foster parent recruitment. We went to over 20 businesses on the 6th, and we did a lot of social media posts with videos from our foster families and our staff of their why. And at this point, we also had some TV interaction as well as radio ads. And at this point, our communications department shared our social media reach was a little over 30,000, and we had some additional inquiries to become foster parents. So we look at that as a success. We also are just getting ready to host our 5th annual Foster Parent Appreciation Conference. And one of the most unique parts about this conference is that we bring our foster families in, and then our staff watch the children while our foster parents can attend national training. That is a tall order. We actually have this year, for our 5th year, we have half of the DECA staff across the state in all programs, behavioral health, accounting, operations, prevention, that are volunteering at this event. So the families can spend their time resting, building community, and learning from these national speakers while their children are properly cared for. Every year I laugh because our staff are exhausted afterwards, and I say this is what our families do year round. But it's a great event, and last year DCF came alongside us and also had staff volunteer, and this year DCF and Joy Meadows are also helping to make sure we have the right number of staff to ensure child safety. One of the reasons we continue to offer this event is because we knew our foster families needed it. And every year we have a family or 2 or 3 that say, I was at my breaking point. I wasn't sure I could continue to do this. The system's hard, kids' needs are a lot. And every year they say, this was what they needed. Their cups filled back up, they have the emotional support, they know they have community they can continue to foster. Another reason we've continued to do it, and this was a surprise our first year, is our staff say this is the highlight. Many of our staff say this is the highlight of their year. Especially our staff that don't necessarily always get the frontline work, that get to see the difference that all of the work's making. And so to hear our finance staff and to hear our HR staff say, oh my goodness, this is the highlight. This is where I get to see why I come and do the hard work that I do every day, is really rewarding. But the real reason, and the main reason that we do this is obviously for our kids. And the very first year, I will never forget, one of the kiddos came up, a little guy came up and took my hand and said, "I didn't know there were other kids like me." And that will stick with me forever, and I've probably shared that story 100 times plus. And every year we have something similar, where a kid says, "I thought I was alone, and there's a whole community of people out there like me, and I can do this, and I can get through this." And so this event's really important to us. We're really excited about it coming up. One of the unique things that we did last year, and we'll do again this year, is all of our foster families get a special deck of chocolate candy bar, and inside 25 of them are golden winner tickets. And those kids get to bring those golden tickets, similar to Willy Wonka, up and get gift cards to some of the fun places that they get to go with their foster families. So we're excited for that. I also then, I just kind of wanted to transition while talking about our child placement agency just to share where we're at as a state in Kansas, not just DECA numbers, but as of today, we went up one from the time I wrote this. We're at 2,185 foster families statewide. And I always want to mention that our highest in the last 5 years was back in May of 2020. And since that time, we're now down to 750. I think the first time I stood in front of this committee and shared, I think we were down a couple hundred at that time from that 2020 number. Now it's to 750. And while as a state, we have done a phenomenal job of prevention services and kin placements, as Justin shared and other of our foster care providers will share, that their work with getting kids in kin placements is huge, which should reduce our number of foster homes. But what's not there is that on a daily basis, we get many, many, many referrals. And we can't keep those kids with their siblings always, and we can't keep them in their same area. And so what we want is to have foster families that are waiting for a placement, not children that are waiting to be placed or matched. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to We Can Drive. And I am grateful to this committee and to DCF for bringing We Can Drive to Kansas. To date, we've already been able to impact over 2,000 youth in Kansas. 723 have been able to go through their driver's ed course. And we have 425 youth in Kansas that have been able to obtain their driver's license of some sort. We're really excited about the level of normalcy that this brings to our kids, and then the ability for them to achieve their goals with that. Next, I'm going to briefly talk about our therapeutic foster home grant. One of the things that is a little bit unique about this grant is we're about 10 months in, and when we started, I believe we had one therapeutic foster home. We are today, have gone up to, since I wrote this, we're at 30 therapeutic foster homes. That has exceeded our expectations in this first 10 months. We're really excited to have that many families that have stepped up, willing to take kiddos that have some very specific special needs. And we've had 12 long-term therapeutic placements happening currently, actually. And then we've had 16 respite and stability placements that are happening in some sort right now. What that stability placement means is instead of like a foster care respite, we are providing services preventative and calling them stability placements. So we recently had a family preservation mom who had 3 young children, and she had a medical emergency. We had gone through the safety plan, we had gone through kin, we had gone through other caregivers, and she didn't have anybody to watch those kids. We knew if we could provide a stability placement that those kids, we wouldn't need to do a welfare check, we wouldn't need to get further involvement with the foster care system and those type of things. And so we were able to match those kids with one of our therapeutic foster homes who was able to care for them while mom was in treatment in the hospital for over a week. And then those kids immediately went back to mom. So we were excited for that. That was a new possibility that we hadn't had in the past. And then the other probably more so.
Jeanette, I wasn't timing you, but we do only have 45 minutes, so I'll ask you to just wrap up.
Absolutely. I'll pause on that other example and switch to just the rest of our family preservation services information's on there. Our staff retention rates were at about 71%, continuing to make that a high priority. knowing that the longer our staff are with us, the more experience and more services they can provide. So with that, I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Committee, I'm told that Dr. Emily Kiloff is now on, so we are going to bring her on with Care Network update. Can you hear us, Dr. Emily?
I sure can. Can you hear me okay?
We can. And you
Okay,
have about
wonderful.
5 minutes.
Sounds good. I will make sure I leave some time for questions. So Chair Gossage and Vice Chair Howerton and members of the Joint Committee on the Child Welfare Oversight, I'm pleased to provide you with an update on the Child Abuse Review and Evaluation, or CARE Network, that was established by the Kansas Legislature in 2023 through House Bill 2034. We are very grateful for your continued support and the collaborative efforts between KDHE and DCF. As you all know, the primary objective of the CARE Network is to ensure that comprehensive medical evaluations are accessible across all regions of Kansas for children when there are concerns for possible child abuse. Just a brief refresher, but under the framework, DCF submits a written referral for cases concerning for physical abuse or neglect for children aged 5 and under, so until their 6th birthday. And then a board-certified child abuse pediatrician from the Medical Resource Center refers the case specifically to provide a recommendation regarding if a child would benefit from a medical evaluation or not. KDHE has a contract with the KU Center for Public Partnerships and Research, and that is who has been helping tailor the database and referral system for the program to allow for not only confidential and secure exchange of information, but also data tracking. So some numbers that I think you all would want to know is that between April 1st, 2023 through February 28th, 2025, DCF referred, those are the written referrals, a total of 5,137 referrals to the Medical Resource Center. Of those referrals, 391 children were recommended that they have a general medical examination with their primary care provider. So those are typically for concerns frequently related to things like concerns for growth or failure to thrive, concerns for maybe some type of non-adherence or non-compliance with medications, things like that. 584 children were referred for a care examination. So these are most commonly when a child has injuries present, and those injuries may be concerning for abuse. Notably, we are responding to the referrals quickly. The average time between submission of a referral and a receipt of a recommendation is 15 hours and 45 minutes. You can see on table 1 sort of a detailed breakdown of the outcomes from the referrals. I will just call out that we have recommended a medical exam 584 times by a care provider from these referrals. And based on sort of our pre-thoughts on how many referrals and how many exams would be needing, I think we're tracking fairly accurately. And then in table 2, you can see kind of the breakdown of where the referrals are being sent by DCF region. So another thing I just wanted to provide a quick update on is the CARE Network. So the CARE Network is the medical providers across the state that have been trained by the board certified child abuse pediatricians, and they do receive ongoing training and mentoring from those resource pediatricians at the medical referral centers. So on the 3rd page is a current map of Kansas with care provider locations across the state. So currently the network includes 34 active physicians and other medical providers across Kansas. There are care providers in 18 communities across 17 counties, as you can see in the map. And we have continued to have a close relationship with the Kansas chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. They've been coordinating with the medical resource centers and DCF to continue to provide this specialized training and continuous education. We have successfully trained 74 providers, not all of whom have chosen to become a care provider for multiple reasons. But again, we have provided the training to over 27 Kansas counties. Most of the care providers are physicians, a little over 50%. Advanced practice registered nurses make up the other 38%, and physician's assistants are the other 12%. We will have our next training on September 23rd to 24th in Wichita. So you can see that the numbers on that last table on the last page of the handout there. We also provide ongoing webinars for training. And then we have an update in-person training coming up on April 22nd as well. So I think those are most of my relevant updates. In closing, I would just like to thank you again for your continued support and really just emphasize the significance of having a coordinated comprehensive medical response in Kansas to help provide medical evaluations when there are concerns for abuse and neglect in the children across Kansas. We have a really dedicated and robust team, and the passage of this bill has really helped provide the necessary funding to help us establish and continue the work of the Care Provider Network. So thank you again for your support. I am available for any questions.
All right, committee, we will take those questions now. Do we have questions at this time? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for being on the call on WebEx with us today.
All right, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Committee, we will continue. We'll go to Brenda Watkins with Ember Hope.
Good afternoon. Chairperson Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, ranking members of the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Brenda Watkins. I am the president of Ember Hope Connections. Ember Hope has been serving in the state of Kansas for approximately 95 years, so we are quickly heading toward our 100-year anniversary. We are the new case management provider for Sedgwick County as of July the 1st of 2024. We previously held the contract from 1997 to 2013. So we're pleased to be back serving in Sedgwick County. Collectively, we remain innovative and we are committed to advocating Kansas's goals for timely permanency, improving outcomes for duly adjudicated youth, and systemic improvement across the child welfare system in Kansas. So due to shortage of time, I'm going to just lift up a few things. In our written testimony, we provided our data, and I'll stand for questions if there's any questions about the written testimony. But staffing, we certainly want to continue to lift up, and we, like the other case management providers in the state, are really struggling with those who have social work degrees, whether that be bachelor's of social work, master's of social work degrees, and also we are struggling with licensed workers. We do believe that that has significant impact on the quality of work, and we continue to ask for your help, the help of the Joint Committee, to work with our social work programs across the state, especially the state-funded social work programs across the state. And just to give you one data point there, we currently have 76 case carrying positions. We currently have 15 vacancies. And currently, we only have 19 case carrying social workers. And of that 19, only 3 are licensed. And that data is in regard to our supervisors and our permanency workers or case managers. Outcomes, again, we're on track in some of our charting and graphs that we've provided in written testimony to be on target with fiscal year 24. So we're not seeing significant drop off or change becoming the new case management provider on July the 1st of 2024. So we're proud of our progress to date and of course continue to seek ways to improve. The other thing we would like to lift up is just the shortage of placements for all kids in foster care. This remains a significant impact to youth in Sedgwick County. And we continue to see the data reported by DCF. We have the most instances of failure to place. We also have the most instances of overnight placement in Sedgwick County. We continue to attribute that to the population of youth that we are now serving and some of the learned behaviors, which are difficult to overcome quickly. And we are working very closely with those youth. And we also want to continue to lift up the need for capacity building study at the statewide level to build capacity in the state so that 60% of our capacity is not given to out-of-county youth. So they can remain closer to home, they can remain in their school of origin, and it can support permanency as well. We continue to recognize the importance of children in care attending school and their right to an education. We proudly are able to say that 99% of our youth are attending school, and those youth who are not attending school, we are working very hard to engage them, and we are working hard to find alternative educational opportunities for them so that they can be successful in school and can work towards graduation and earning credits. Our graduation rate right now is 79.37%, and our average year-to-date for educational accredited stability is 44.58%, surpassing the DCF goal of 25%. A couple of things I'd like to highlight as new and innovative when I opened with that we seek to be new and innovative. We have our crossover team. We are the only ones in the state that have a specialized team that are carrying the crossover youth. Again, that's the duly adjudicated youth, adjudicated as a juvenile offender, as well as a child in need of care. We're currently serving 66 youth. I shared a success story in written testimony, and when we're fully staffed, we'll be able to serve 100. Another innovation that we're trying is our Hope Unified for Belonging team, and currently we are serving 12 youth. We have 8 on the wait list, and our capacity for that team right now is 20, and these individuals or specialists are working directly with the children who are experiencing night-to-night placement to find innovative ways to work with them and engage with them, to encourage them getting into and being accepted in long-term placement. Again, we continue to see kind of that, we talk about the no reject eject, where there is no placement option for certain children in the foster care system, and specifically in Sedgwick County. We currently have a 6-year-old that we have not been successful to place in 2 weeks. And I think that that's very telltale when you start seeing some of the ages of our youth that now are experiencing this situation. More recently in the past, we've had 9-year-old, 10-year-old, 11-year-old, and now we've had 2 solid weeks of a 6-year-old. We continue to request and ask some of our recommendations as far as how we think that you, the Joint Committee, can assist child welfare improvement in the state of Kansas. We continue to recommend prevention care. We've talked about that a lot. We recommend that statewide capacity building study. We recommend, and I've already mentioned it, but we would hope to be able to continue to reduce our numbers for failure to place and overnight, specifically in Sedgwick County. And we continue to request your help in getting more licensed social workers to go into the child welfare profession to improve quality and to improve outcomes. I have other testimony that I plan to provide, but I know we're on a limited time today, so I will stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
And we'll ask questions here in a little bit. The next up is Linda Bass with KVC Kansas. Welcome back to committee.
Thank you. I did bring 2 additional handouts in addition to my testimony that's sent ahead of time, if it's okay to pass that, and then I'll email the electronic version to Natalie so that it can be posted online.
Thank you.
Those handouts provide some agency background and things that have happened over the last 30 years of public-private partnership that I thought I wouldn't take away from my time today, but might give you some reference points that you can go back to. My name is Linda Boss. I currently serve as president of KBC Kansas. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I hope what you'll find in our testimony are things that we think are relevant for this committee to retain as ongoing data points, but we're also happy to add or modify anything that would be relevant to you in making important decisions going forward. KBC Kansas is currently responsible for serving about 24% of the children in the foster care system. We are a child placing agency, but we also provide prevention services with the goal of keeping children and families out of foster care. Every committee hearing, there are a number of families who have experienced child welfare, and the families who come before the committee to testify are testifying about experiences that did not go well. Even when the foster care experience is the best that it can possibly be, it is still, as you've heard today, another trauma in that family's life. And so one of our recommendations at every committee hearing will always be continued focus on prevention. So even though I'm here to talk about foster care today, foster care really should always be the option of last resort. So since March of 2024, the last 12 months, KBC has received 557 referrals that represents children who were separated from their families and came into foster care. During that same time period, we helped 691 youth achieve permanency, so we are outperforming the number of children leaving foster care as compared to the children entering foster care. We're down about 20% during that time period. The number one reason that children leave foster care through permanency is through reintegration with their parents, 54%, followed by 24% through adoption. This committee has always been interested in youth in the office overnight. So I wanted to provide an update that we have not had any youth in the office overnight since September of 2024. I'm also here to say that's not because every child is in a stable placement or not moving frequently, but we are relying on our own network of providers, including foster parents, relative placements, and our own residential facility to make sure that children do not spend the night in the office. We have not solved the problem of children experiencing short-term placements, but we have solved the problem of children experiencing stays in the office through relying on our own and host of providers as well as other community providers. Children missing from care, we have always averaged a little under 1% of children missing from care, which has been about 10 to 12 youth missing from care of the children that we are serving through KBC. That number has been coming down for us over all of last week and this month. It's been around 5. Today it went up to 6. That's still about half from where we have been, which is encouraging. I look forward to the day in which we have 0, which averaging 10 to 12 for so long, I didn't know that 0 may be possible, but now that we've been averaging closer to 5, I can see a time in which we may be closer to 0. But we do still have 2 full-time specialists that don't carry a caseload. Their whole job is to work with youth who do go missing from care to better understand what are those triggers and to reduce those triggers. So that's also encouraging that we have 2 full-time people working with 6 youth. That means they can spend a lot of one-on-one time not only searching for youth, recovering youth, but also understanding what it's going to take to prevent those youth from leaving. An area that's really encouraging for us is our workforce retention. I think you've heard all of the CMPs talk about vacancies, turnover, the impact on children and families when their case manager changes. We continue to make strides in this area. Year to date, we're at 88% retention. Last year, we finished at a 75% staff retention, which may indicate that there's room for improvement, but when the national average is 50 to 60%, we are doing much better than the national average. Last month, we had just over 1% of our team members leave. So we are continuing to make strides in this area. We are fully staffed in our Kansas City metro area. We do have a handful of openings in our Topeka office. We're actually a little bit overstaffed in our Northeast Kansas region, which almost never happens, but we did receive a resignation. So we should be right staffed here by the end of the month. The other thing we're really focused on is not just that we have the right staff and that those staff stay, but that they're happy in their jobs. Because we know when you enjoy your job, you're showing up for the people that you serve in a different way than when you're unhappy. We've been working with Gallup for a number of years to better understand what our employees need to be engaged. Gallup has a score of engaged employees compared to disengaged employees, which equals your health as an organization. When we started our work with Gallup, we were at about a 5-to-1 ratio. So for every engaged staff we had one disengaged, like shopping around for where they could go next. Now we're at a 12-to-1. So we have 12 engaged staff who are committed to the work they're doing for every one staff member who's disengaged. So we are seeing improvement there. We have an 82 work well-being score on Indeed, which puts us in the top 1% of employers. On page 3, you will see our caseload ratios. They are all within the DCF caseload ratio that is set by our contracts. So, and we're well below that in some areas and just below that in other areas. I did include a graph of statewide data for foster homes. I know Jeanette with DECA did a nice job of recapping that, so I won't go into that again, but on that same page, you'll see an orange graph that represents the declining number of foster homes in Kansas. We did see about a 5.5% reduction as a state last year. KBC does support about 21% of the licensed foster homes in the state. We do have about 50 to 51% living with relatives, and overall we have about 90%, 91% of children living in a family-like setting, and 8 to 9% living in residential care. I wanted to talk a little bit about settlement updates. We have not had, as a state, another settlement review since the last committee hearing. So you'll see that the report card that's on the top of my testimony is the same report card that I presented last time because we have not had another review. But what I did update below that is the mental health assessment data completed within 30 days, because that is audited and reviewed with DCF on a monthly basis, and we are meeting or exceeding that 90% of youth receiving a mental health assessment within 30 days of entering care, so they can be connected to a service provider in their area. In our Northeast region, we are have been at 100%, and we've fluctuated between 94, 97, and 100% in our metro region. So that isn't one point that we can look to in terms of, is Kansas foster care improving in the areas of the settlement agreement? Access to timely mental health services at the point of intake is an area that is improving across the state. Placement stability, you heard from many conferees today, placement stability is an area that continues to need significant improvement. We are spending a lot of time and resources to better understand what these youth with high behavioral health needs are going to require and their caregiver, what support their caregivers need to move them from instability to stability. So we have been having individual conversations with every placement provider and every youth to understand what would it take to be able to move a youth who does not have long-term placement into a long-term placement setting. And what we're understanding is a lot of daytime supervision needs. So we have built out our own daytime supervision option for youth who cannot attend school or who are between school transitions and who are too old to go to traditional daycare, but not safe to be left at home, and trying to build that capacity ourselves and with our community partners. I did include a couple success stories in my testimony that I won't go through today, but they're in there for you to see from a foster family's perspective and from a staff member's perspective. We're trying to do better at pairing our foster parents and relative caregivers with mentoring so that they have support available to them so that they can take youth with challenging behaviors and feel like they have the support they need, not only within our organization, but also within their support system. Lastly, I'd just like to highlight some of the recommendations that I have made in the past in terms of where we need to go as a child welfare system. The first and foremost is always prevention, but one thing that I don't think I've heard highlighted today that I wanted to mention is it's not just having the programs available to families when they need them, where they need them, but it's helping families navigate the choices that are available to them and actually access the services. We started interviewing families whose children came into foster care not because of abuse or neglect, but because the parent felt overwhelmed in their capacity to care for them. And what we found out is that about 6 to 12 months before the parent threw their hands up and said, I can't do this anymore, they hit a really critical juncture. And what was not available to them is the resources that they needed, or they didn't understand how to navigate them, or the service provider turned over and they didn't know who else to contact. And so If you think about accessing services for your own family, if you go out even on Google and you try to find what's available to you, every program has parameters. Your child has to be a certain age. You have to have certain children. You have to live in a certain county. You have to meet certain income guidelines. It is a lot for the professionals to navigate, let alone a family in crisis. And so as we build out prevention services, we have to also pay attention to the ease of navigation of those services for families. And then, of course, you've heard my colleagues say workforce development and support, better support for caregivers of all types will only strengthen our child welfare system. I believe I've hit on the highlights, and I'm happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Very good. Thank you, Linda. Committee, next we have Matt Stevens.
Chair Gossage, Vice Chair Howerton, Ranking Member Falscado, virtually, and members of the Joint Committee on Child Welfare System Oversight. My name is Matt Stevens, and I am the Vice President of Advocacy for St. Francis Ministries. For those of you who don't know, St. Francis Ministries is a nonprofit that has served Kansas children and families for the past 80 years with a full continuum of child welfare services. And so I'll start where a lot of people have talked about and started today is the FFPSA. So the prevention service that we offer is FCT. Since we began that work July 1st of 2024 under this fiscal year, we've served 259 families, encompassing 625 youth, and had a 99% success rate while the families participated in the program, and then 93% of those youth remained in the home a year from that date. And so if you partner that with some of the testimony that was offered earlier, that every dollar on prevention saves $5 down the road, we're saving a lot of money using FFPSA services. Moving forward, we're also a case management grantee, and so we serve areas 1 and 2. On page 1, there's a map that will essentially show that's most of encompasses Western Kansas. We currently serve 1,362 youth in out-of-home care, 265 youth and their families in aftercare, and this fiscal year we've had 498 new referrals into the foster care system. Much like my counterparts have spoken about, reunification is the highest proportion of how we end or how permanency is achieved. For us, that's 57%. We have been able to get 4 permanencies or 4 sole permanencies, and actually I think that number is actually 5. And so we continue to lead the way with that. We're excited and want to thank you guys for helping support that work over the last couple of years. Our caseload ratios on the next page, a little bit of a bookkeeping error. So the goal should be 15, 25, and 30. And so we do have work to do really in reintegration. And the other 2, we're fairly close. We do have vacancies. Again, if you'll think back to all of Western Kansas, we have 17 reintegration case manager vacancies across 12 counties. And so obviously have workforce issues in Western Kansas that isn't just unique to the child welfare realm. Obviously, lots of organizations struggle with that. Below, I've included some information about foster care homes. Similar to what everybody else has said, we continue to see a decrease. We offer residential services as well. So we have a campus that has a PRTF and a QRTP. We can serve about 50 kids on that campus currently, and we're in the process of moving some of those QRTP beds to PRTF beds to best serve the high acuity youth that are coming into our care. From a workforce perspective, we employ 785 dedicated professionals to this work. There's a table that really displays where those people are operating and how that works for us. Missing and runaway youth. Similar to some of the other testimony that's heard today, we're seeing less today. And so we've got 12 right now, which is less than 1%. We feel good about that, but also I'm hearing some of my colleagues kind of brag about where they're at. So we've got work to do. We have the same type of professionals that are dedicated to finding youth that are missing or on the run and helping support them when they come back. Failure to place data. We've seen a significant decrease from our lens since the contract changed in July. Obviously, a big portion of that is We no longer have Area 7, but in Area 1 and 2, we very rarely have children who sleep in our office. It looks like we've had one since October. The other thing that we've talked a lot today about, and I want to spend a little bit of time on, and you've heard it from me before, we continue to see more permanencies and entries into care, which is a good thing. It means that we continue to have less and less children in out-of-home care. But we currently have 5,620 kids in care, or as of February 28th, we did. And if you took our population and did it per capita, we should have under 3,500 kids. And so I think it's important to say, yes, we're getting better. I think we've still got a lot of room to grow. And I think we're asking a lot of the right questions. So the conversation today around PPC, that's important to figure out how are kids coming into care? What is the danger that's bringing them there? And are we sure that leaving them there is going to put them in a more dangerous or be less harmful than actually bringing them into care? We've talked a lot about the trauma associated with family separation, and that trauma is going to be the same whether it's police protective custody or a foster care referral. And so it's not just about stopping police protective custodies from turning into foster care referrals necessarily. It's looking at this thing holistically to say, how do we ensure that we are only using a foster care placement when it is absolutely the last resort and that child would be in immediate danger if they stayed in their home. Other states, like I said, other states have figured it out in a way that seems to keep their numbers lower. And I know that this body or the legislature has done a lot of good work, and we want to see that continue. And so that will include things like continue to work on redefining neglect in statute. I know that took a lot of time and energy, and people spent a lot of work around that. So I want to thank you for that. And obviously, we still have work to do. I think the statute that will reduce time between the initial permanency hearing will help get kids to permanency faster. And so, again, want to thank the group for that. And then anything we can do to provide law enforcement with additional support when making decisions about police protective custody is the right thing to do. I definitely understand, again, our counterparts and colleagues in law enforcement like the tools that they have available to them. And I think that for us as a system to get better, we've got to make sure that we support them in the right way if we're asking them to make less referrals or use police protective custody differently. So with that, I will stand for questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Committee, next we have Tabitha Gibson.
Good afternoon, Chair Gossage and Vice Chair Howerton. Can you hear me okay? Okay. My name's Tabitha Gibson. I'm the Senior Vice President of Permanency for TFI Family Services. TFI Family Services, for those who don't know, is a statewide child welfare organization who has been around for 60 years this year. We're celebrating our 60th anniversary and are excited about that. Beyond that, I don't think I'm going to say anything that you haven't already heard today. I feel like a little bit of a broken record coming up here after everyone else has shared their insights. But I do want to highlight a couple of things. We have talked a lot about workforce today, and TFI's case management program serves Southeast Kansas and South Central Kansas. And we are struggling with some of the same challenges that you've heard already from some of my colleagues around workforce. We are still working to get to caseload staffing ratios, and one of the challenges we're seeing is in applicants who have qualifying degrees. So to be a case manager or to be a child placing agency foster home worker, you need to have a license. And we are really seeing a real lack of professionals with licenses or who have degrees that are licensable applying for our vacant positions. And I think that that's a statewide challenge. I'm very happy, though, to be able to share that DCF has started a workforce development work group that includes several entities, including some of our university partners that just started meeting, and those conversations that we were able to start are very hopeful, so that maybe we can begin to address some of the struggles we've talked about just today in encouraging licensed professionals, social workers specifically, to seek child welfare out as a career opportunity. So that is our workforce highlight. The other pieces I want to touch on, TFI Family Services also is a family preservation provider in northwest and southwest Kansas. We are seeing somewhat fewer referrals than we had anticipated in northwest Kansas, but it does seem that our southwest Kansas service area is pretty much on track from what we expected. That's on page 2. You'll see that so far in family preservation in the northwest region, we have served 130 families, and in our southwest region, we've served 176. We also have a PCIT program called Grow Nurturing Families, which is funded through the Family First Prevention Services dollars, and so far this fiscal year, they have served 24 families. We are a statewide child placing agency as well. We sponsor approximately 411 foster homes. You've probably heard this today as well. The decline in foster homes in the state is another challenge that we're seeing, and TFI is no exception. The last time I spoke, I think we had around 430 foster homes. Last week when I looked again, we were about at 411. So we've lost quite a few foster homes due to closures and no longer serving children in Kansas. As I mentioned, we are a case management provider in Area 4, which is Southeast Kansas, and Area 8, which is South Central. As of March 2025, we're serving 1,072 children in our case management program. We have 224 children in aftercare services. So far this fiscal year, more than 55% of the nearly 400 children who have left our case management program did so due to reunification with their parents. That's another theme you've heard today. Most children do exit care to return home to their families. 18% of our children that have exited care have achieved permanency through a finalized adoption. Something that we are looking at a little more closely is the increase in children in our program who are aging out of care instead of achieving permanency. And one of the things that we have been very excited about since its inception is sole family legal permanency. We are happy to say we've had 4 sole finalizations, so we're very excited about that. Our goal this year is to have 5. So we thought when we set that was lofty, but now we hope we can exceed it. There is also on page 2 a breakdown of the types of permanencies that we've had this year. You can see that 226 children have exited due to reunification, 73 to adoption, et cetera, et cetera. I won't go too much into that because it's spelled out there. Other things that I want to highlight for our case management program is our relative kinship placement rate. One of the things that we focus very heavily on is relative placement at the time of referral. So the day children enter care, we want to try to place them with someone that is known to them, whether that's a relative or a kinship family. Our rate this year so far of initial placements with relatives is around 57%, 56% of new referrals were placed with a relative or non-relative kin the day that they entered care. We have been higher than that before, so our goal is to get back up to closer to 60% as an agency, but we're still very proud that 56% of our kids are going to someone that they know. Our current relative placement rate is 47%, so that's an area that we are continuing to work on improving so that we can get to the 50% or higher that is our goal. Placement stability is an area that TFI has been doing well at. I like to highlight that obviously as a success. However, one of the things that I think is important to note is that it often feels like we're hanging on by a thread to achieve that outcome. And we, just like all of my other colleagues, are tracking and monitoring the number of youth in overnight placements, the number of youth who move. We report that information regularly. And while we're doing well overall on placement stability in terms of the outcome, we are still struggling with many of the same issues in that the needs of the kids that we are finding that are leading to our placement instability numbers are pretty extensive. Our population of youth that are leading to placement instability tend to be 14 and older, specific to TFI. And most of them are in care for reasons other than abuse or neglect. So we're really digging into what is causing that and what services and supports do we need to be changing so that we can help stabilize these youth while they are in foster care. The other thing I'd like to highlight is the timely completion of initial child needs assessments. So those initial mental health assessments. TFI, as you've heard others speak today, is doing well in that improvement area, which is related to the lawsuit. Kids are being assessed for their mental health, their behavioral health, their substance use needs early and timely. Areas that we intend to focus on and are still focusing on this fiscal year and intend to continue focusing on: improving the rates of siblings placed together. We're not currently at the outcome. Only about 76% of the youth in our program who have a sibling in care are placed with one of their siblings. That goes back to the recruitment of enough foster families who are willing and able to take in larger sibling groups for those kids who can't go with relatives. We are working on improving our family-like setting to the new contract goals, where just over 90% of our youth are residing in a family-like setting, but the goal is 92%. So we are still working to get to 92% or more of our kids residing in a family-like setting. We want to continue working to maintain placement stability rates in both areas, and we want to continue to improve documentation of the mental health services that kids are receiving. Children overnight in agency offices. TFI has not had a failure to place since July of 2024. We're very, very happy about that, but I will again reiterate that is hanging on by a thread. We have lots of youth with significant needs who are still experiencing placement instability in short-term and overnight placements, even if they're not sleeping in an agency office. So finding them long-term placements is the area that we are currently focusing on. Our special response team continues to work very diligently whenever a youth is absent. We currently, well, as of the writing of this, I didn't look again today, but as of writing this last week, we had 2 youth who are absent from placement. That's pretty consistent for TFI. We usually hover around 2 to 3 youth who are absent from placement at any given time. And then just a reiteration of our Soul Family success. Again, we appreciate the work that this committee has done on Soul Family and are very proud that we've had 4 finalizations. And I'll stand for questions.
Thank you so much. And before Tabitha sits down, committee, do we have any questions for her? And then we'll open it up to the other conferees in this category. Seeing none, thank you so much. Additional questions, committee. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of things. Justin, so Cornerstones represents my 2 counties, and I feel very good that we've been able to maybe work together. I might owe you an apology to your staff for what I said about lawyers that one meeting.
Okay.
I wasn't aware that your staff member was a lawyer.
Both of them behind me are, yeah.
I love lawyers. They are just the best.
They think about ways that I don't, so I appreciate it.
So we've actively been able to work together. I'm very pleased. I got yesterday from Dr. Squalich at University of St. Mary's in Leavenworth, now accredited with their Master's of Social Work just now. And so that is open, and we need to continue to work with our groups. And I appreciate what Cornerstones is doing to be proactive in getting our social workers going. And I think we need to continue that, but I appreciate that very much. So.
And ditto to you. He knows he can reach out to me anytime, and we're responsive. He's our lone representative on this committee, but we're appreciative of you always reaching out.
Thank you.
Ditto is an appropriate comment in committee. And Representative Humphreys, did you have a question for Matt or someone else?
Oh, it could be for anyone, really. Okay, I'm going to sound like a broken record. We talk so much about, come on up, yeah. We talk so much about, number of kids in care, and it's all about, or it's mostly, I think 90% of this discussion in the last hour has been about, services ahead of time so that kids don't go into care, which is fabulous. That's great. But what we don't talk about is the length of time they're in care. We talk about it a little bit, but if we want to lower the amount of kids in care, we've got to get them permanency sooner.
Yes.
Why does it take 24 months? I mean, some of 24 months, that's the adoption, several, what can we do to get kids permanency quicker? And I have another question that has to do with the same thing, but that's my question to everybody. It just, the length of time.
Yeah, Chair.
Is there in care?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Representative. I think one of the things that we just did or are doing is reducing that initial permanency hearing to 9 months. So I think we're gonna see some fruit from that. Other states have seen some positive movement from that perspective. The other piece is, and I can speak from my experience, sometimes, and I think we heard about it a little bit today too, the judicial system wanting to wait to make sure we give parents a long opportunity to make sure that they get in a position where they want to make sure that they give a parent every opportunity before they find that that reintegration is no longer a viable option. So that might be a piece of the equation as well. Anybody else has options as to how to.
So does the judicial branch need some instruction and new statutes on length of time for permanency?
I'm not going to answer that particular question. I appreciate the question, but I don't know that I'm the right person to answer it.
Yep. Okay, and if I may, just one, and I think this might go back to what we were going to talk about at 1 o'clock, but I would love to have the stats broken down by age of kids in care more, because, we talk about youth, and this is another broken record thing of mine. When you look at the private citizens that came and talked to us, most of them, it had to do with younger children. It had to do with, choices and we haven't heard much about the guardian ad litem today, and we're working diligently on that issue with the Judicial Council. But so many of the issues that foster parents have is about with younger children, and we've done a lot with the older, and I love that. And I will also make a plug for family setting isn't always the best. I know that's a goal. I heard someone say 92% in a family setting. That's not always the best. Some of these kids that are staying in offices, I think a stable group home is better than in and out of nightly places. And so I'm making a plug for the bill that we didn't get over the line this year that had to do with group homes, but maybe we'll be able to get that next year. But anyway, so that we're doing a lot for youth, but I would like to see stats broken down for children, younger children too. So thank you for hearing my bandwagon again and again.
Additional questions, committee? Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and you can sit down, Matt.
Okay.
I'll pick on somebody else. And it can be for anybody too. I talked to a family this session that said they had appealed a decision, I believe it was for permanency, I'm not sure, but the review process on that, and I talked a little bit to DCF, contractually, you are reviewing your own decisions. I would like to know your opinion on that and if it's in the contract and how we can change that. Because I think even if you're fair about the review, even if you're right about the review, the overall appearance of you reviewing your review or your work it doesn't seem like it's fair. Just, it's automatically assumed to be wrong, even if it is fair. So any input you can have that and how I can help change that process.
So the contractual obligation is that we have a grievance process in place. So I assume each CMP has a grievance process in place. Those don't all have to be the same. Our particular grievance process is like any dispute resolution. You want to try and solve it at the lowest level. Ultimately, it can come all the way up to my level. So I understand the perception of potential impropriety. That's why I intentionally stay out of case specifics. I'm here giving you testimony at a high level. If you got really in the weeds questions with me, I'd be calling up my deputy director and executive director. So We have it go through the supervisory level to the director level, my executive director, and then me, but also trying to alert citizens to the Child Advocate Office. They can run a parallel track. It doesn't have to be an either or. So, and we have posters posted in lobbies and so forth, letting them know how to contact Child Advocate.
Right, but that grievance, the appeal process is a legal thing, correct?
So, yeah, so someone can grieve a decision on a case. A parent can grieve where we placed their child, something that impacted them. And then, yes, there can be a legal appeal based on the parent's attorney to a permanency decision, of which we obviously don't have control over.
So are you part of, I'm just trying to understand.
Sure.
Are you part of that legal appeal?
No, we would just be part of the team that is there submitting a court report, but ultimately it is up to the parent, their attorney, to make that presentation to the court.
So do you think there's a better way to appeal? If there was a different type of board to appeal to other than yourselves reviewing your own work?
So that grievance process, we would review our own work. We would not be in the process that happens legally. That would go to the judge. So I guess what you'd be looking for, if I'm sort of returning what you're lobbing at me, is a different judge to hear the appeal, perhaps.
So is that what happens? A judge
don't
actually
know.
appeals?
Well, come on up then.
Come on up.
Join the crowd. We can both stay up here, Angela. Come on.
Thank you. Now, I'm just really trying to understand this because I'm not involved in this work like you are.
Angela Hedrick with KVC. I think you're referring to the best interest staffing review process. So when an adoptive resource is selected in a best interest staffing and then a family wants to appeal the decision, my understanding, and if anybody else has a different understanding, please correct me, but my understanding is that it's a review of the policy to ensure that all of the that the policy was followed correctly, all of the procedural steps were followed as they are laid out in policy.
Did you have the right people in the room?
Yeah, sufficient notice, that all of the questions that are supposed to be taken into consideration were asked and considered by the committee, the Best Interest Staffing Committee, but not necessarily a review of the decision that was made. So yes, we have someone within our own agency complete a review to ensure that those steps are taken, but it's someone separate from the. So are you asking if we think that there's a better way to do that? I could see where there would be less potential for conflict if there was some separation.
Would you like a phone a friend?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to leave you.
Thank you. Sorry to open a can of worms, but yes, that's what we're here for.
Well, we'll offer what we know. Certainly, we have a couple
I'm
of
sorry,
office.
please identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry,
for
Brenda
recording.
Watkins, President, Ember Hope Connections. So we have a couple of Office of Child Advocate concerns, complaints. We've got a few formal grievances that haven't risen yet or been filed with OCA yet about this matter. And so DCF's policy says that the non-selected family has 5 days to request an independent review. The independent reviewer has to be someone neutral, unbiased, no case knowledge, who does review DCF policy and really kind of, is there any bias? Is there anything that was unfair in the due process? And the independent reviewer is an independent reviewer, but it is within agency. And is that potentially a conflict of interest? Yes. I think my personal experience has been, even in a couple of examples where we've reviewed DCF policy and we have said policy was violated, and we have indicated that we had concerns about maybe the decision made, the best interest team that made the selection of the family is unwilling to overturn that decision. And a lot of the ones that I'm seeing right now, really, it's about biological family being identified later in a case. And then if that biological family is out of state, the interstate compact placement agreement starting later. And then the concern about the child's bonding and attachment to the foster family. And we've seen a lot of cases pertaining to younger children, babies, and sometimes because of the permanency delays due to Representative Humphrey's concerns, you may wind up that parental rights are not terminated, voluntarily relinquished until 2 years into a case, and this child's been placed for 2 years. And so I think it is, something, the best interest staffing policy and procedures is probably something that would be helpful to be reviewed.
Would that be contractual, or is that policy, rules and regulations, or
It would be actual DCF policy.
policy? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Howell. Real quickly.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Crystal Hedrick with the Children's Alliance of Kansas. I have previously spent a lot of time at case management providers, agencies developing adoption policy and procedure, and had teams around that. I would just suggest the committee consider some sort of process similar to sibling split separation staffings. Those are done throughout the life of a case, not just at one point in time. So there's an opportunity for us to be doing some things like that regarding adoption, so that we don't get far down the road and having to be making point-in-time decisions. Representative Humphreys has talked about this a lot in terms of relatives and foster parents and attachment and how we get into those spaces. So I think if we could walk this back in a little bit more preventative way, we could be more solution-focused about that. And then there could be an opportunity to have sort of a statewide review team that would take a look at a best interest staffing and really determine, did this team consider the statutory obligations of adoption? And did they consider what's in the best interest of the child? Were the appropriate steps taken? And have some consistency across what those questions look like in that staffing, and do share some of that with experts across the state that do have experience in relationship to adoption and attachment and development, things like that.
Very good. Thanks for coming forward. Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I know a number of people have brought this up, and the first one that I noticed was Brenda. We're talking about social workers and not having enough social workers, and then also the issue of licensing. And I feel like I'm at least missing a piece of information. I'm not understanding something. So what is the licensing specifically that we're talking about? Are we talking about a different level of degree, or are we talking about a separate licensing that's separate from degrees? Can somebody explain to me? Because I know a number of you talked about this. I don't really care who addresses it.
Tabitha Gibson with TFI Family Services. There are certain degrees in Kansas that are licensable by the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board, and social work is one of them. In Kansas, you can be licensed at the bachelor's level with a social work degree. Other licensable degrees require a master's degree, like psychology, marriage and family therapy, and things like that. So that's the distinction. Really what we're seeing is a lot of applicants with maybe degrees in human services, kind of related degrees, possibly criminal justice, but none of those degrees are licensable. So what we really are looking for are people with bachelor's in social work, master's in social work, or other master's level licensable degrees. Does that answer your question? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So question for you then is, I think it was last year we passed the social worker compact. Has that helped to increase any of the social workers in Kansas at all that you're aware of?
I can only speak for the areas that we cover, and for Southeast and South Central, we haven't seen an increase in social work applicants. That may be different in some of the metro areas like Kansas City or Wichita.
Okay, and I have one more question for you, and that is, we are talking about fewer foster homes. I'm wondering if you all and or DCF has done exit interviews about why, and are they really telling you the truth? I was district manager for Sylvan Learning Centers for 10 years. And please don't watch this to my former owner, but the exit interviews, she go, oh, they want to spend more time with family. Oh, they want to do this or they want to do that. But when I actually spoke to them, it was like, I didn't want to tell her the real reason. It's because of, I feel overloaded, blah, 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 these reasons. And they felt like they didn't want somebody to think they didn't know how to do the job, but they felt overwhelmed. So again, when you do the exit interviews, whoever's doing them, are they able to speak freely about why they're not being foster parents anymore, or do you feel they are?
So I can speak for TFI. We do exit interviews when our foster parents decide to close, or if sponsorship is withdrawn, those kinds of things. The process for us is that we have our ombudsman deliver those. Usually it's a written document, so they can either get it by email or in the mail, so that they can fill it out. And they can identify themselves if they want to, but they don't have to. They can submit it anonymously if they want to. So while I think that the process is maybe as fair as we can make it, I would venture that there are probably a fair number of families who either don't fill it out or who do exactly what you're saying, and that is to just say they wanted to spend more time with family or something along those lines.
Thank you. Committee, it's time for us now to go back to our 1 o'clock. And we had our committee discussion. I hope you jotted down some notes of some things that you would like to see as part of our template, if you will, for these providers. So who would like to begin? Okay, I'll start. And who's taking notes? Would that be you, Natalie? All right, great. I'll try to slow down and not overwhelm you. So I just have, as part of our template, we would need the number of families who are affected. So these would be families of which there could be 4 children in the family. So we need number of families that you provide services to, number of children, how the case came to you, average length of stay, and I would like to break it down by ages, which is exactly what Representative Humphreys had mentioned as well. Which preventive services are provided? Average cost per child per month. What do you consider success rate? Complaint resolution. How many complaints did you receive? How many of those are resolved? Number of expected children. We heard a lot about, well, we were expecting this many, but we have this many. How can families contact? How you coming over there, Natalie? I'm going way too fast, so just hand me that paper, Senator Gossage. Gotcha. Number of missing children. Ratio of social worker to child, because we hear staff to child, but I know as a former classroom teacher, they say, oh, we have 10 kids per, wait, well, no, we don't. Well, if you count this person, that administrative person, and that we do, but I'm talking about actual social worker to child. Number of foster homes. Ease of navigation, whether that's the website or the card that was mentioned. Number who are reintegrated. Recommendations for improvement to the legislature. Number of initials with relatives that they were initially placed with relatives, and those who are placed within a number of days. So within X number of days, how many placements did you have? Placement stability percentage, overnight in the office, absent youth, and time of initial mental health evaluation. That's my list so far. Anybody would like to add to that? Representative Howell.
I have, some of these might fall under, you had a little bit of a broad spectrum, but I had behavioral specialist services in home. I had parenting classes and finance classes for the parents, adopted family support, which I'm not sure we actually officially require or how that works in statute yet, so that's a question mark. and our accountability measures and standards in programming for our older foster children, especially those that have like mental health and behavior challenges, and mentoring programs for parents and those older foster children in particular.
Additional questions, committee? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. So your list was quite extensive. And so I'm just going to add on to it.
I've had
I
a little
don't-
longer than you guys to think about it. Go ahead.
The question I have, it would be when there's a permanency decision other than reintegration to the original home. I would like to know who that child went with. Is it, you know, was it kin? And what does that mean, kin? Like, was it the grandmother? Who was it? Were they placed in state or out of state? Was it foster parents? Who, you know, what, a little more information about who permanency was actually established with.
So a breakdown of permanency placement?
Yeah.
Of course, they wouldn't want to breach any.
No, of course.
It would be like X number of children were placed with a kin that may be grandparents or something of that
X
nature.
number, you know, were placed with their foster family. X
Mhm.
number were placed with, you know, some, whatever it might be.
Mhm.
I think that could be helpful to us.
I agree. Other comments or suggestions, committee? Yes, Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you may have said this, but I just want to add to the night-to-night placement versus short-term is what I think they called it, which I'm thinking week to week. Does that sound fair? Or short-term? Is there a different definition that you guys use? And then like monthly, like 7 to 12 months, and then 12 plus months with somebody. So, and then this is just something maybe not on a form, but I would like to know what you think you're doing well and what you struggle with. Like, this is an oversight committee. This is not a competition of who's doing better. And I don't want to hear just the success things. I want to know what you're struggling with so that we can help you and what problems you're running into, what barriers you're facing, so that we can have the discussion and see what we can do to make you more successful. So that's what I would like. Thank you.
Additional comments, committee? Okay, seeing none. Feedback, are there any things that you think, hey, wouldn't you want to know this? You can come up to the microphone and say, we're happy to present this to you, or we do already. Or are we just that thorough? Okay, come on up, Linda.
This is a slightly different response, but it would be helpful for all the data points to have a definition of that metric and the time period, so that as we're, because it will be quite a bit of data pulling, and I want to make sure that we're capturing the metric in the way that you're wanting to see it. So if it's age of children, the exact age of children, if it's for each of those, if we could get a definition so all the CMPs can be looking at it the same way.
So be as specific as we can, and then we'd like to have your feedback once we get this put together, because it's helpful just to have like a, I guess metric would be the best way to put it, to where it would have, you know, you were just more filling in the box. We have this number, this is our ratio, whatever. But yeah, your feedback on that, like this, we need you to define this a little bit better, would be great.
Okay. And then all of our data systems are similar, but slightly different. So also for us, a chance for us to get feedback about what data elements exist and which of those would be a hand pull and relatively labor intensive.
Very good. Other comments, committee? Okay, seeing none. Yes. Representative Howerton.
A recommendation, maybe if you would be okay with this, Madam Chair, if Crystal Hedwork, who's the Children's Alliance, who kind of represents all the players in the room, and maybe me or you could work with Natalie to get this form together and then get some feedback from her, and then we can finalize that and send it out. Is that okay?
Sounds great. And Natalie, you're going to get this. So not to worry. I have most of it on here. All right. Committee, any other questions, comments regarding our committee so far? All right, we are going to adjourn at this time as far as our open meeting, and we will be going into the portion of the meeting that will be closed. Thank you all for coming.
You'll need to read all of this.
Okay.
What
Do I
time-
read it now?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
So what time would you like to come back?
2:30?
2:30?
Well, it's 2:30 now.
It is
Right.
3:30? So
No, like what if we say 45, what if 42?
so you can't come back in until you stated that time.
Okay.
So if you need more time, it's always okay to make the motion again. And then
Okay, then
state
we could
another
start
time.
with 30 minutes and go from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect, so,
Now I need to read this?
yeah. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Yeah.
All right.
Yep, so we're in the
I move to recess this open meeting for a closed meeting pursuant to KSA 75-4319A to discuss matters under the justification listed in KSA 75-4319B8 relating to the care of children permitted to be discussed in a closed meeting pursuant to KSA 38-2212D1 because discussion of such matters in an open meeting would jeopardize the confidentiality of records concerning such children. To resume the open meeting in room 548S at 3 p.m. and to record this motion if adopted as part of the committee's permanent records. Do I have a second?
Second.
We are now in closed meeting. Committee, we are now resuming our public meeting. And we have a short time here for committee discussion. Was there anything else that you would like to discuss before we are adjourned? Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to mention that I am very pleased that we have another university that now does have the Masters of Social Work in our area. I'm going to be mailing this out to the different agencies because they can obtain this master's degree online through University of St. Mary. And I had worked with this professor before when he was at McMurray College in Illinois, and I had spoken there. So I would like for us to, at our next meeting, consider the options for supporting our social work programs again, to renew that. And one of the things I had suggested, internships here at the state capitol under our regular program. And so I've encouraged University of St. Mary, but I would like other universities to know what better way to come intern with one of our committees up here and do that. So I'd like to offer that for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, committee. Any other comments, questions? Yes, Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so just thinking about the future and where we're going, there's a couple of things I'd like to see. And maybe they're not here, but maybe you can spread the word. I'd like to know how much time social workers actually spend on paperwork versus doing work. And I think that's important because I feel like we've become paper pushers and not doing so much social work. Like the community specialists we heard this morning, Wichita PD, I just think they're doing a great job. And y'all are too. Are we inundating you with regulations that we need to maybe streamline a little bit better? And the other thing is maybe from research, and I don't know how to verbalize this, but a line graph of the cycle of children in care going back maybe 10 years. So like this fiscal year, we had all of these numbers and then how it kind of translates over like the 10 years. See if there's any kind of, I think it's more of a data thing than anything. I'd like to see if there's any peaks or if we're streaming the same way over 10 years or if we're improving. Does that make sense to you, Natalie? Okay, we can talk more offline. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Yes, Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. Maybe our next meeting, I would like a robust discussion on sharing data between law enforcement, between DCF, between talking about paperwork. It is paperwork. You know, how, and we, you know, Jared, you also know, Representative, sorry, about how we've been trying since Governor Brown back to put money into a system, you know, new mainframe. I don't know what all the technology is, but it has dragged on and on and on. And can we be more efficient? And how can the different organizations talk to each other? And how can we, you know, just make our procedures better so we can serve kids in a better way? I feel like every time we bring that up, it's like, oh, we're going to do the RFP, it's coming, and it's going to cost this much. The RFP is going to cost this much, not even saying what the actual system is going to cost. I just would love a robust discussion on what is going on and why is it taking so long.
Other comments or questions, committee? Seeing none, we are adjourned.